believes in like the ice wall and flat Earth and everything insane conspiracy. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. What happened? Dean got banned, everyone. Let me message him and see what happened. What you get banned for? I am on TikTok. What's up, everyone, though, joining in? What's up, everyone, joining in? Everyone on the YouTube and on the TikTok. I bet it was misinformation as well. Santana said that he's in the request for a second. Let me add Santana up real quick. What's up? What's up?
When I tell you, so, okay, you've heard me mention FBA a couple of times, right?
Yeah.
It's all connected, Parker. They're all connected. That's how I knew what he was talking about, because they're all connected. They're fucking insane and they believe it.
Yeah, that was absurd. That was absurd. Like,
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like it's every conspiracy in the book. Like, I feel like it's like when people have like a thought process if they're willing to accept things without any evidence, it allows them to form whatever belief they want. So yeah, I'm gonna be careful for a misinfo ban, but yeah, it's
I'm
absurd.
surprised they didn't. I thought they would have got him and not Dean, but anyway, have a good stream, bro. I'll be listening.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Good to see you as always.
See you. Yep.
Oh my gosh, that was so ridiculous. That was so ridiculous. Q, thank you so much for the Purge of the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Let me make sure to let the Instagram know that we are live. I am live. There we are. Well, let's get the debates going, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What happened? Dean got banned, likely for misinformation. Alrighty, let's get this first person up here for today, everyone, for the stream. Alrighty. Let's go to the first person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's get this first person up here. Do give it a quick second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Perm banned? Did Dean get perm banned? That's ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Doing anything to help the country.
Oh, they just cut out. If you're 18 plus and you're a Trump supporter, send a guest request back. Release, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for joining in from Dean's stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We love ice. Ice is the best.
They sounded like a minor. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm
A fetus. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
December 5th.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm going to go Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, Trump actually does not lie like some people.
He doesn't lie?
Including me.
You said including me? Name one time I lied.
Parker, what is your bench press?
What is my bench press? It's about 8,000.
What is your real raw bench press?
8,000 pounds.
Fucking liar.
I'm
You
serious.
and Dean lied.
I'm serious,
Dean
dude.
said he hit 255. He didn't.
Did you know I'm part
Parker.
Kryptonian?
What? This is why I support Trump, because how am I going to support Harris and y'all just sit here and lie to y'all people?
I'm not lying. I am part Kryptonian.
All right, who in the chat really thinks that he benches 8,000 pounds?
Everyone,
Dean
type
benches
3 in the comment
255.
section
Can
if
we
you
just
think
be honest,
if
chat?
I
Let's just
bench.
get that out the way.
Type 3 in the comment section if you think I bench 8,000
Dean does
pounds.
not bench 255 pounds. He is 155.
I do 8,000. I do 8,000.
Parker, you're
You
a
see
liar.
all the people
Show
in the comment
video.
section that believe that I bench 8,000
Show the
pounds.
video.
You see everyone in the chat thinks that I believes that,
Everybody's
and
putting
you
that
don't.
bullshit
So
in
you
the
know what?
chat.
If everyone thinks something and
What
you
y'all
don't
doing,
think something,
chat?
maybe you're wrong, buddy. I do bench 8,000 pounds. Everyone here believes it, but you.
Yeah, right. Fucking
8,000 pounds.
You need to get in the gym,
I've
bro.
posted
I'm
videos
gonna-
onto TikTok. Everyone's seen this before. I've done it on live stream.
No, I don't believe it. You need
I
to get
have.
in the
I
gym.
have
for
done it
real.
on live stream.
You and Parker, because I do want to see
I
a
am
video of
Parker.
y'all benching
Me, myself, and
255.
I am Parker.
Yes. That shit is
Okay, so why do you
ridiculous.
support Trump?
I support Trump because y'all are liars.
I'm not
That's
a liar.
why.
I've never once
If you
lied
can
in my
sit here and
life.
lie about your bench press, you
I
can lie
have
about
never
anything.
once lied in my life. Not once. Okay? So now tell me why you support Trump, because I can give you a time Trump lied. Do you want me to give you a time?
Okay. All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that he was going to reduce gas prices. He said he was going to repeal and replace the ACA. He said he was going to build the wall and make Mexico pay for it. He said that he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He said he was going to release the Epstein files. He said he was going to reduce gas prices.
Okay.
He said he was going to reduce
Okay.
housing prices. He said
Okay,
he was going
I
to do no
understand.
new wars.
I understand. One thing he hasn't lied about, his bench press. Yes or no?
Okay, all right, I'm going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. No way that at this point that they're serious. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably vote Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
My birthday is 2008,
In what month?
January 18th.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because honestly, he's been wrongly painted by society. He's done more for this country than any president in the past.
Okay, what makes you think that?
I think that because I've seen it, man. I've lived in this country for 18 years. And 18 years is a long time.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Lovey. Support
Appreciate
you.
you. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
January.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And you said you're how old again?
I said 19, 2006.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Thank you, everyone, for joining in from Dean Stream. I really appreciate it. Good to see everyone joining in. If you are MAGA, make sure to send a guest request if you're above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What do you think about heated rivalry?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Let's get this next person up here, or first person up here for today, technically. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean Stream? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next individual up here. The frequencies got to Dean. That's what happened. Yotzapaldi? You know, actually, the deep state took him down. That's what happened. Think of the hint heart. Yotzapaldi? YS, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go into the first person here for today, everyone. Yotzapaldi? Okay. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Do just give us a quick second. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
March 17.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. How old are you?
Hey, what's up, Parker? I'm 19.
And what's your birth year?
Am I lagging?
You were a little bit.
5/15/2006.
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well,
We are Parker. Get a job. We.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. How old
Am
are
I
you?
lagging? Am I lagging?
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody.
You're
Yes,
such an
Polly?
inspiration. I love you. I love you.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. How old are you?
I am 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your and what was your birth year?
The year. Fuck. You should play Farm Sim.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2006, August 14th.
Okay, and if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I'm a Christian, but I'm more of a liberal Christian. And I agree with Trump's. I like his thoughts on abortion. I like his thoughts on ICE. And yeah, those are the two factors.
Okay, what specifically about those?
I don't agree with abortion. I only agree with abortion in terms of rape victims. Those are the only time I can say that abortion is rational. Either if not that, then I don't see a rational reason for abortion. And ICE, I can see arguments on how ICE is doing right now with the death of Alex Petty, but overall, I think ICE is doing a good job. I mean, like, the idea of ICE is what it's supposed to be, but I feel like there is obviously some depictions on how, like, they're going through it.
Did you know that in Numbers 5, it says that women should get abortion specifically in the context in which they cheat on their husband and become pregnant from cheating on their husband?
And where?
Numbers 5.
Numbers 5? No, I did not know that. Say it again one more time.
Yeah, that specifically when women get pregnant from cheating on their husband, that they should specifically get an abortion in that scenario. It literally provides the scenario where they are supposed to drink bitter water, which is supposed to induce a miscarriage.
No, I was not aware of that. I mean, I've never heard of that until now.
Yeah.
But what does that relate with
So then,
Trump?
well, you said you're Christian, right? And you said that you
Yeah.
get your values in terms of saying that abortion is wrong from the Bible, but then you said it was only wrong or only correct to get access to an abortion in those specific particular instances. It seems like that's not the case. Secondly, do you think it's wrong to allow for abortions to occur?
If it's wrong for allow abortions to occur?
Yeah, do you think it's wrong to allow for abortions to occur?
Yeah, if it's not in a sense, so if someone was penetrated against their will, then I don't see about it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so then,
I think it would be wrong.
okay, so then why does God allow for abortion to occur?
Again, I've never heard of that Numbers 5 things you're talking about, where he says that abortions is okay.
Yeah, but
if
God allows for abortion to occur within the world. God can prevent it. He's all-knowing, all-powerful, all good. He can prevent it. He knows that it's happening, but he allows for it to occur. Unless you believe that it's wrong for him to specifically allow for the abortions to occur, well, then you don't think it's wrong to allow for abortion to occur.
That's a contradiction, no? God allows for a lot of things to occur that he deems wrong. Adultery. If in that sense we would just live
But
like
you're
robots.
not. But you're saying it's not wrong to allow for it.
I'm saying it's not wrong to allow for it, so I'm saying that it's wrong to allow abortions to occur.
You're saying it's not wrong to allow for abortion to occur.
I'm confused. So wait, you're saying that God said that God allowed abortion to happen, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying because of that means he is okay with abortion.
No, that means that it's not wrong to allow for abortion to occur. So, like, you
Doesn't
can't
mean
say
he's
that
okay for
Kamala
it.
Harris or Democrats are doing anything wrong by not making abortion illegal, because, again, you don't think it's wrong to allow for abortion to occur.
Okay, one more time, please.
Okay? You don't think the Democrats are doing anything wrong because you don't think it's wrong to allow for abortions to occur.
But it is wrong for abortions to occur.
If it's wrong to allow for abortions to occur, then God is doing something wrong by allowing for abortions to occur. Think of the Galaxy Club.
No, in the sense that, okay.
And also,
but
Trump
God-
is also wrong for allowing for abortion to occur because he wants it to be left up to the states.
I see what you're saying. I see your point. But what about ICE?
Push the money gun. What about ICE? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you should have addressed the first part. If we talk about ICE, ICE is definitely not good. Why? Because the fact that they're allowing for ICE to search and seize without judicial warrants, right? They're allowing ICE to racially profile, and they're specifically detaining individuals just for their race and just for their accent. They're justifying the murder of U.S. citizens in broad daylight.
Yeah, that I don't agree with. But then I have a question. So, okay, right? You say I heard you say you and Parker say that you and Dean say that they have violated due process, which I understand. But wouldn't you? Isn't there an argument that there's too many of them to allow due process for all of them in such a rate? Like,
well, if you're saying it's justified to violate the law because there's it would take
like they
too
came in
long.
illegally, no?
If you're saying it's justified to violate the law because it would take too long to go through said legal process, well, then wouldn't that justify undocumented immigrants coming into the country, right? Because it would take too long to go through said legal process.
But then if they violate us, right? So if I shoot somebody and then they shoot me for shooting that person, is it wrong that I got shot? So like if someone walks into my land and I do something illegal to get them out of my land, how is that? You know what I mean? So like when these people are coming in illegally, which I understand that it is hard to get in here illegally, but for us to have to go through due process on every single one of them, the millions that are coming in, it sounds unrealistic, and I would love to see what a solution would be for that.
No, you can go through the legal process by making the legal process quicker, investing into that legal process. Instead of investing into militarizing ICE, how about you invest into making the legal process quicker?
But then again, them coming in here illegally, right? Why is it bad that we are taking them out illegally?
Because the
you know
fact
what I mean?
that you can't say that they're wrong for violating the law if you think you're right for violating the law. That's incoherent. If you're saying that you don't need to respect it, why do they?
But it just doesn't make sense to me. I can't go to Dubai and then just there illegally do whatever I want. I mean,
We don't run our
obviously illegal.
laws like how other countries always run their laws. All right, what is wrong about what I just said?
About what?
What I just said.
What's that said about what? Like, can you repeat, please?
Yeah, we were talking about ICE, and I
Yeah.
was saying they violate people's due process rights. They violate immigration law by doing so. You were saying, oh, it's justified for them to be doing that because people came into the country undocumented. Well, couldn't you say it's justified for people to come in the country undocumented because Trump is violating people's due process rights and violating immigration law already? Like,
No.
that's not an argument.
I wouldn't say
That's
that.
not a
That
justification
is.
to violate the law while deporting them.
So basically, wait, okay, if I'm getting this straight, right? You're saying that we are violating them by not giving them due process, right?
Yes.
Which in turn justifies them coming in without.
Under your reasoning, yeah.
So it's like a circle in a way, like Rover. But then again,
Yeah,
it's
your
like.
reasoning justifies people coming into the country undocumented, yeah. Without realizing it.
But then, I see your point. I see your point. Honestly, I see your point. So okay, so all right, in your world, right? Your solution, right? These people are coming in illegally, like that's a fact, right? What would you do in the sense that do you not deport them? Like, do you not deport them, the ones that are working, or are you just deporting illegals? Like, how? I'm confused.
If someone hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, provide them a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, and then incentivize people to go through said legal process by making the legal process go quicker.
So only deport the people that has done a illegal crime.
Yeah, if they've done if they've committed a violent crime or a bad enough crime.
What's bad enough?
Well, I'm not going to give you every single example, but I'm just giving you the notion that there can be a crime bad enough that's not technically considered non-violent that could be enough reason to deport someone.
Man, I'm not ignorant. You know, I'm not gonna say it'd be like, oh yeah, this at the third. I'm not gonna be ignorant. You are making some good points. Honestly, you've clocked me on every single point I've made. You give me a lot to think about, honestly.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Anything else you want to talk about before I go to the next person?
No, you cooked me. I'm not gonna lie.
Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2002.
What month?
January 13.
Okay. And you said you'd support Donald Trump. Why do you support Trump?
I don't really agree with a lot of things he's doing, but one of the things I do agree with is deporting illegals like Somalis.
Okay. Why do you want to deport people who are in the country who are Somali? Who mostly
not
are in the
just-
country who are born in this country, by the way.
Not all Somalis, but like illegal ones, you know?
Most individuals in the country that are Somali, right, were born in the country. Did you know that?
Yeah, but like I'm talking about the illegal Somalis, you know, the ones that are on welfare.
Why only individuals that are Somali?
Not just Somalis, I mean illegals all in general. Not just Somalis, man, like Arabs and Mexicans, not just Somalis. Even white illegals. I'm just saying people illegal.
Okay. They do sound young. I'm just going to go on to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, Parker, hop on Fortnite.
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get the next individual up here real quick. Yo,
Hey,
what's up, how old
Parker, how are you doing today? I'm 18 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
July 19th, 2007.
Okay, if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's an amazing president. He's way better than Biden, than an incompetent old man running as a puppet by the Democratic National Party. I mean, I would prefer my president to be a functional human being than a puppet ran by pretty much communist party.
Can you define communism?
Yeah, so if I had to define communism, I mean, let me think for a second, because I gotta...
Communism is whenever you are in a party and then like your whole party thinks everybody should get the same amount of money. Like if you're a nurse and you're a cafeteria worker, you should get this. Yes,
that's not what communism is.
So-
I'll tell you what communism is.
Have you ever read a
Communism is
George Orwell book?
Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. I'm not a communist. The Democratic Party is not communist. The people controlling Biden, if you would say that if the administration were controlling him, were not communist, which I don't believe that they were. I believe that Biden was controlling himself. Him having an issue with communicating his ideas because of cognitive decline over time does not mean that he was a puppet or controlled by, right, like some sort of back group of people. Alongside the fact that Donald Trump is cognitively incoherent, he said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He looked up at an eclipse twice with his bare eyes while having protective glasses in his hands. He's literally said a million things that are literally incoherent. If you were to say that anyone was like incoherent and not well enough to be president, it's clearly Trump.
Yeah, so let me ask you this question. Have you ever read a George Orwell book before?
No.
Oh, okay, so you're not familiar with the book Animal Farm.
I've heard it, but I haven't read it.
Okay, so Animal Farm pretty much is the basis of a communist society that has Piggy as its grand leader. And, you know, if you describe the Democratic National Party and you put them side by side in a comparison with Piggy and the book Animal Farm, it's so close, it's not even funny.
Okay, so you don't know what communism is. I literally just defined it for you, and you decided not to even address that. At this point, it sounds like you're trolling.
Oh, I'm trolling?
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean,
I'm not
are
a
you gonna-
libtard pussy bitch ass nigga, fucking pussy nigga.
You're
Whoa.
You're so disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you, bro. You're the GOAT, bro.
Okay, for sure. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
It's okay. You're good. You're good.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only to send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No.
How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
99.
Okay, and what month?
November.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's the GOAT.
Okay, and what makes you think that? You just swiped out. Can't hear you. Alrighty, give them a second, everyone. Feel like they were just... Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. Yeah, they were wrong about their age anyway. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only juice and a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
Well,
What's your birth year?
November 13th of 2007.
What state do you live in? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, everyone. Do give it a second, everyone. I do have some people to thank. I could actually thank people in the meantime. Fossey, thank you so much. I appreciate the $9. Thank you very much. Go some W's for Fossey in the comment section right now. Martina, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it was great. I had a fun time doing that one. Willard, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Paige, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope it goes well for you. Hope it goes well. Keep me updated. Keep me updated. As well as Mark, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. Samantha, thank you for the $10. And Kimberly with the 10. Thank you very much. Alrighty, as well as Margaret. Thank you for the $25. And Terry with the $15. Thank you very much. Let's get this next individual up here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. On the TikTok screen, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean said no. Will you play Fortnite with me?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
So I joined up here just to, answer, why I support Trump. I don't really want to debate. You would absolutely crush me. So I'm just going to give you why I support Trump. So I grew up in Eastern Kentucky. My dad was a coal miner. My husband is also one too. So it's not just about jobs, like where I come from. It's literally how families survive, how communities stay alive, and how generations take pride in like basically providing for their own. So like whenever I talk about why I support Donald Trump, it's not all about politics as usual. It's kind of personal to me. For years, people in places like mine have felt like ignored, like we live in a very rural area. But when Trump took office, one thing that stood out to me was that he actually talked about the co-communities and not as seeing them as a problem, but they took these people that they actually like mattered in some, like his administration took steps like rolling back certain environmental regulations that had put very heavy pressure on coal companies, including like I think it was the Clean Power Plan. And then he also signed the executive order to reduce the war on coal, which, kept the mining jobs alive. Now, I do, and I acknowledge that I know coal isn't a simple issue. I understand that there are obviously environmental concerns. I'm not ignoring that. But I also know what it feels like, whenever your family's livelihood is on the line, and it seems like no one in power can understand that. That's all I had to say.
So I understand where you're coming from, but I actually think that we provide a permanent long-term alternative for everyone. Because the reality of the matter is that Donald Trump's worse for jobs overall. So although you might be maintaining your job within your specific industry or for your particular families, what about all the other jobs that are lost because of Donald Trump's destructive tariff policy, because of his destructive policy in terms of the war with Iran that leads to higher prices and worse off conditions? People have worse off conditions across the board to a greater extent. So the way that we maintain the most amount of jobs, we create the best economy for everyone, is by ensuring that we have Democrats in office where there are specifically broader access to social safety nets, where that if there is something that is going to impact a certain industry, and an industry is not going to continue on, because inevitably that will happen within our system, industries will fail, they will stop working, they will be replaced by other industries. That's just inevitably how our markets work. Then when that does happen, that we need to have a safety net for those people specifically that will be impacted by that, so that they're going to be caught and that they're going to have their livelihoods maintained. We believe in that. The Republicans don't. You're at risk of being disenfranchised and not having something to rely upon when Republicans are in office, not when Democrats are in office. Now, you could say that Democrats specifically are going to acknowledge the environmental concerns to a greater extent, and that might lead specifically to the certain industry of coal being disenfranchised. But the reality of the matter is that as a society we need to, and that there are more people disenfranchised by the lack of environmental regulation in the first place. The reason why we're imposing these regulations is because there are less costs imposed specifically by regulating them, by imposing these regulations, than on society in health costs if the regulations are not imposed and there is that level of pollution. So think about all the other people that will be disenfranchised in terms of chronic illness and chronic disease to a greater extent because of the fact that there are less environmental regulations to benefit these corporations.
I just look at it like I said, it comes more from the heart than anything. Like I had said before, you know, my father was a coal miner for 40 years. My husband's been in the coal mines for going on 16, 17 years. And it's just whenever like I said, I joined up here because it says, why do you support Trump? And that's why I support Trump.
Okay. Is there anything that could get you to stop supporting Trump?
I mean, like, I support him. I'm not like one of these big, huge, like, MAGA people or nothing. I support him. Anything that he could do. I mean, there's a lot of things people can do. I mean, like, I don't know him personally.
Okay, but could you name like anything specific that would get you to be like, maybe I shouldn't support him?
Yeah, like, I don't support people that are not like I said, this is like one of my top things. So if he was like totally against coal and everything, trying to like shut that shit down, then yeah, I'd definitely be against it.
Yeah, Democrats aren't completely shutting down coal. They're not completely shutting down fossil fuel production. It's that we're trying to also invest in renewable energy production so that we have an ability to transition off of fossil fuels in the long run because they disenfranchise the environment to a greater extent.
Sorry, I was reading those comments. I don't know why y'all talking about my hair. Y'all weird.
Okay.
But yeah, it was nice talking to you. No,
Okay.
it was nice talking to you.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
I do.
You do? Why do you support Trump?
I think it's probably a good idea to keep illegal immigrants out of the country because it's important to vet people before they come in. Just like in your home, you'd vet somebody before you just let them in, right?
Of course, I believe in vetting, but what I do treat my private property differently than I treat my state or my country, right? Like for example, I believe that there should be a vetting process of who comes into my country or my house specifically by myself. But I don't think that I should be the one determining who comes into my state every single time someone comes into the state from say a different state, right? Like
But
Nevada people coming from Nevada, anyone can come into California if they want to, right? There's no limitation, no border restriction between California and Nevada. But now, just because anyone from Nevada can come to California, that doesn't mean anyone from Nevada can just walk into my house, right? That
This
doesn't
is
make
your
any sense.
home, though. America, North America. This is your home.
And California is my home.
Okay. So, again, do you have a lock? Do you lock your door at night?
Yes.
Do you have a passcode on your phone?
I'm not going to tell you everything that I have as a security measure.
You do, and there's a reason for it, to keep people out who are not supposed to be there. And maybe you have some people that you would give your passcode to, like trusted friends or trusted family. You would give the key, again, maybe to your house, to your mom or someone you trusted.
Do you understand that, like, you're not responding to my point? I believe in no restriction between people coming from Nevada, but that does not mean that I believe anyone from Nevada can just walk into my house. But by the way, I do believe in restrictions for people who are coming to our country. If they've committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be deported on the condition that they'll be put in a prison in another country, right? I obviously believe in some restrictions, but what people aren't realizing is that we need to make the legal process go quicker, and in incentivizing the legal process to go quicker and vetting the most amount of people as possible, that means providing a legal pathway for undocumented immigrants that are already in the country undocumented that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
That's a really good point, and I'm curious how that would happen. That's a great point. I think it's just there's so many people that it's kind of like we have to restart over because so many people have broken this law. It's kind of like chaos at this point. Like who can we trust, who can we not? Because there are a lot of great people here who are contributing, who are not doing anything bad, but there's also a lot of people who are doing terrible things. So it's kind of like they've ruined it for everyone, sadly. Wouldn't you agree?
So, I would say that, like, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. And if you wanted to focus on people who are actually, like, a threat to the safety and security of our communities, you do what I said in terms of making the legal process go quicker. Trump isn't focusing on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, proportionally going after less people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, comparative to Democrats.
Yeah,
So
again,
Democrats
I think
put priority on going after people who are actually a threat.
I think there's just so many people who have flooded in, and it's caused so much chaos. So it's tough. You do make a good point in some way, but in another way, again, it's just it's too much. It's like where is the order?
Make the legal process go quicker.
does
We
that
need to invest in
work?
making the legal process quicker. Trump is only wanting to invest in militarizing ICE. He's not wanting to invest in making the legal process go quicker. Trump literally undermined a bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border and made the legal process go quicker. So it seems like Donald Trump is the one undermining any meaningful resolution in terms of the border and rather cares more about engaging in policies specifically that are just restrictive of immigration, not of allowing the
I
legal process
do
to go quicker.
I do think that it would be great if things could work quicker. And in some ways, you kind of can't do it all. I mean, he has a big responsibility on his shoulders to keep this home, our home, safe. And sometimes you can't do it all.
Well, he's not
You
doing
gotta,
that. He does the complete opposite of that.
by telling rapists and people with drugs and people who are not contributing that they
He
need to
is a
go.
rapist. He's pardoned people who have trafficked DRUGS to our country. The ex-president of Honduras was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of C drug to our country, and Donald Trump pardoned him.
Okay, but I'm speaking to the people who he is keeping out that are doing those things. I mean, I
I'm
don't
talking
know
about
if you
people
have a
he's
mom
released
or a
into society.
sister, and you might want to keep them safe by keeping people like this out of the country. Again, by vetting. We need to
If
vet.
you want to keep people like this out of the country, then why do you let them into the Oval Office?
Um,
I mean, he was held
well,
civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
okay, well, obviously I'm not, I wasn't there, so I can't speak yes or no that this happened. Hopefully it, bad things didn't happen. I would think that he would have been convicted and be in jail right now if things like that did happen. But anyways, my
The
point is
reason why
not
it
on
was
him.
that he's not
The
convicted
point
in a
is
criminal court is
on
because of
keeping
let me
people
explain this to you.
out.
The reason why he wasn't convicted in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations. This says after a certain amount of years that regardless of the amount of evidence that you can't try them in a criminal court. And it's a bullshit law that shouldn't exist.
Okay, but again, I feel like we're coming off of the point that I was trying to make. So,
That being?
yeah, that's all, but it's just something to think about.
Okay, and
Have a great night.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
Shut up, nigger. Suck a dick.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
You have a background noise there where you can turn that off real quick or mute the TV.
Okay. 1 second.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Hello.
Why do you support Trump?
Could the border.
Okay, what about the border?
No, I'm just playing with you. I don't support Trump.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
I'm sorry. That was just muscle memory. If you still do meet that criteria, make sure to send a guest request back. I do apologize. I wasn't sure if they were young or not. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because I support more of the Republican ideas than I do the Democrat ideas. Now, do I agree with everything? No. Because, like, I'm more for, like, some gun restrictions, but nothing too excessive. Sorry.
Okay.
And then same way goes with like abortion, of course, pro-life. The thing that gets me is like any kind of grape, as you say, or anything like that. I'm more lenient on than most, but a lot of abortions that aren't caused by that, I can't quite understand because why is the foster care list so long? Like, I had a buddy that had to wait 2 years to be able to foster a child. And it's insane to me that we would just go ahead and abort the babies over trying to put them into foster care and or make adoption even cheaper, because I know of another person that's like, I would love to adopt, but I can't afford it.
Well, here's my thoughts. It costs a lot of money to go through the context of pregnancy, birth, etc., in the context of our system. So you're instilling a huge financial obligation. There's a huge medical risk associated with pregnancy throughout the entirety of the pregnancy. There's a restriction in terms of the labor that you can engage in. There are limitations in terms of coming back after you deal with birth. And that's a lot to force someone to do given the circumstance in which they've just become pregnant. I don't think that a embryo or a fetus prior to a subjective experience is going to be referred to as like a person or going to be viewed or valued in the same sort of way as we do like a baby. I think before 20 through 24 weeks in the womb, there's seemingly no good reason to value it to that degree. So if we do consider that, then I think there's very good reason to allow for abortion.
Yeah. And see but that's where like I feel if you are more Democratic though versus Republican, and there's multiple things like, you know, of course Republicans, and I don't think it would ever get approved for like, you know, no abortions, but like I feel in the Democratic way everything like that would get a lot more, I'm trying to think of the word, more slack in it. Like there's more leeway, as you say. Whereas like I feel on a Republican side, that stuff's going to stay a lot more firm and not.
So I'll tell you the distinction. The distinction between Trump and Harris is that Trump wants to leave it up to the states so that different states can restrict it prior to viability, whereas Democrats prior to viability, which is around 22 through 26 weeks, they want to leave it federally protected. So everyone within the country prior to viability can get access to an abortion. Whereas Trump just wants to leave it up to the states prior to viability. So after viability, regardless, it's left up to the states, but prior to viability is the distinction. So I think that leaving it up to the states has been disastrous, has led to a higher maternal mortality rate, worse off conditions, and hasn't even reduced the level of abortions that have occurred. Okay. So it's like, what benefit do you get by leaving it up to the states? I think none. I think it just makes it harder for people who need it to get access to an abortion. And then for those that specifically could still be able to go to a different state to be able to get it, they're still able to get that abortion by going to a different state.
Okay. And then I got another one for you I want to ask you about. So what do you think about electric vehicles per se? Like, is that what you're more for than gasoline vehicles, or?
Well, I mean, I think that's like a part of a process of like moving towards renewables for the future. I don't think it means everyone's going to have an EV right now. It's not my view, but I guess like why do we move on to that?
Well, it's another thing that I'm saying more along the terms of would I be voting for a Republican over a Democrat? I think I'm pretty much always going to stick more towards Republican because it's the same way it goes with like EVs and stuff like that. Like I work on them all the time, and I understand like the calls on the environment's a lot better as far as the electricity, but how about making the batteries is like absolutely terrible for the environment.
If your issues with the environment, it's better for the environment than gasoline vehicles.
But is it really though when you're making all these terrible things?
And we want to make investments into battery technology to reduce environmental impact. Like no one's disputing that, but it is environmentally better off. And batteries can be recycled, many of the materials within it.
Well, but see, and then your other problem.
And also, like, by the way, this is a whole separate debate. Like, Trump believes the climate's going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. So he actively disputes science. So it's like,
well,
who do you prefer?
And that's the thing though that you run into. I mean, he says crazy things, but like I said, I'm not agreeing to everything Trump says, but you say like, you know, why would you vote for Trump over Harris? Is because of, you know, I stand more towards that side. And the same way goes for on like EVs and stuff. You can't just replace like one little piece of the battery. I actually work on them. Usually you're replacing the whole sections, and usually when they get to that mileage,
but you can recycle the different parts of the battery, right?
Yeah. So what you do is you send the other one back, but they're still making all the pieces, and they change out all the cells, and basically everything's brand new. So they're not reusing really that much in them, and the problem with
They
them
can
too
still
is
recycle. They might not directly use it once they get it. They have to recycle. It has to go through a process.
but then also the same thing that goes along with owning a electric vehicle is you never actually really own the vehicle, because once you pay it off and the warranty's out, they're totaled, because the batteries are 10 to 15 to $20,000 and the car's worth $4,000. I run into that all the time, and I feel so sick for people. They're like, dude, what do I do? I just paid this car off and it's basically trash.
Okay,
So like
so that could be
it's an
true for some
insane
EVs, but
cost.
for many others, that's not true.
Like which kinds?
For EVs, it depends on the individual, right? It depends on the area, it depends on the level of cost, and also for many, it reduces the level of fuel costs, right? Because electricity is cheaper comparative to gas, right? For many
But you're
individuals.
already paying extra when you buy the vehicle. I know they were doing that
Of
break
course.
that one time, but so you're paying
But
more.
that's because of how we have it structured. That's because of the fact that we have huge EV tariffs on other countries. Like other countries have produced EVs at extremely cheap rates. We'd all have right EVs from different countries if we didn't tariff them, because it would be very cheap.
Because I know, like, so I work for GM, and they can't seem to have anything go right with their EVs. I've heard of other manufacturers having problems with their EVs. And I mean, they get water leaks in the batteries, and it's been an utter and complete disaster.
Okay. I'm confused with this whole point. Is why are you hyperfixating on this? Like, this is such a
Well, I'm just
minimal
saying,
concern.
like, it's supposed to be more for the environment, and supposed to be so much better.
It's not to say that there aren't any issues. Like, we can obviously acknowledge issues that have negative impacts on the environment, but it's still preferable.
Because I mean, we can't even build these types of batteries in the U.S. Like, there's laws against that because they're so bad.
Okay. So it depends on the battery that you're referencing, and obviously, like I just told you, we want to produce technology for batteries which reduces environmental impact over time, which means investing in these critical industries for that type of technological production.
Okay.
So
And
Trump
then
is the one undermining those necessary investments, like by undermining the Inflation Reduction Act, for example.
But do you see where I'm coming from more along the aspects of, like, I don't agree with how
I'm
that's
sorry, I
going?
really don't, because Trump doesn't believe in science. Trump undermines our economy to a greater extent. Trump makes worse off conditions within practically every single metric. So I don't understand any reason you would say that you care about this would be a reason to say that you shouldn't support Trump.
Okay, but here's the thing. If I don't support a lot of the things that Harris did, then would I have been better off to vote for some random Republican and reduce
No,
the chance?
it's either Harris or Trump. But the reality of the matter is that Harris has preferable policies and character. So what good reason do you have to believe that Harris is worse than Trump, under your view?
Well, I feel that on the Democratic way, there's a lot of things that they try to throw money around on that I'm not for. Like tax dollars going to for free schooling for kids, like for colleges and stuff. I'm not for that.
You disagree with funding going to educate children.
No, yeah. I don't see tax dollars going to that, because a lot of it's not necessary, and like piles of kids just drop out of college anyways. Dropping out of
Yeah, but
college.
you don't have to go. Yeah, we're not saying you have to go to college, but we're saying we want to limit the limitations for people to, or we want to get rid of the limitations for people who can't go to college just based upon not being able to afford it. So if you want to go into a trade, if you want to go into something else that specifically benefits your skills, right, so you can specialize and make more money, we want to invest in that as a society as well. It's not just education.
You don't think it would be better to lower like taxes down, and then instead of worrying about that, you would?
Because I want higher taxes on the highest levels of income. For lower and middle income individuals, yeah, I'm okay with lowering taxes on them. I think that's great.
But if you tax the rich more, they're just going to charge more.
No, not when you're talking about at the highest levels of income, because we're talking about profits that they're taking out of their company, not cost of production. So when you impose a tariff like what Trump did, it does put upward pressure on the prices because it's on the cost of production.
Well, how about like when they raise minimum wage and then it just makes everything go up more expensive where you go
Minimum
to
wage
eat?
hasn't increased since 2009, and it should be adjusted for inflation.
It did in Virginia at one point. I
Yeah,
don't know
that's
what year
state
it was, but
policy, not federal policy.
yeah. Well, I'm saying more along the lines of like the same way goes like I'm saying for Republicans versus Democrat, voting for a Republican over a Democrat due to those facts. Like they're more not handing
If
out
you don't
money.
want inflationary policy, why'd you support Trump? Trump is the inflationary candidate. The OECD said that, or forecasted 4.2% inflation for the United States because of Trump's war with Iran. Did you know that?
I didn't know that one. Like I said, I'm a mechanic. I work 5 days a week with 2 kids.
But now inflation's worse off. GDP growth is worse off. Real median wage growth is worse off. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Every metric of the economy practically has got worse since Trump got in office. So what have you gained? You've lost out on practically everything.
I mean, the economy wasn't doing very hot from where I live at when Biden was in, though. Prices were skyrocketing.
It was doing
pay was
preferable under
not.
Biden. Every single metric I just mentioned is doing better under Biden than what it was now, or than what it is now.
How about compared to before Biden took office?
Before Biden took office, I mean, obviously, like the comparison would be that it's better now because of nominally over time. If you're talking about the level of change, that would be affected by COVID still before Biden was in office. So
Because
I don't know
like
if that would be the best metric for comparison.
I'm definitely no pro with like economic stuff, but like where I live at in Virginia, before Biden was in, everything was great, and the prices have skyrocketed.
Everything was not great before Biden got in office. We had a global pandemic. What are you talking
Well,
about?
I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about like as far as like everyone could afford to go on vacations and nothing was outrageous, and
Not
like where I live
everyone could
at.
afford to go on vacation. Even if you're talking about 2019, if you compare 2019 to now, right, you understand that there are still issues with the economy in 2019 that obviously still exist now and obviously have been made worse within some respects, but obviously within some respects, things like, I mean, GDP is higher now than what it was then, accounting for inflation. Real median wages are higher now than what it was then, accounting for inflation.
But then also for
Like
on the Democratic
people are kind of like over fantasizing that 2019 time period.
Yeah. And then also like when it comes to Democrats, they're more towards, like like we we're saying, like financial assistance and like, money and stuff. Whereas like people take advantage of it to no end. And it's honestly sickening that a woman, it's better for her to buy something or like not to buy something, to have multiple kids, no baby daddy, living off the government with food stamps. They get discounted housing. They get everything handed to them. And it's like, I don't
That doesn't
understand why.
happen. You don't get everything handed to you in that circumstance.
Well, the woman that lived in the house before I bought it got this house for $50,000 because she had 2 kids out of marriage. She had a boyfriend and everything.
Well, I'm sorry, she got 50,000, but how? Are you saying because she got a discount by the person who sold it to her?
No, Habitat of Humanity.
Okay, so you're saying that there was a particular institution that helped her get it.
But I'm saying it's more than just that, though. This is just
there being an institution to help her get it does not mean that everyone gets that. What?
I know, but this is what I'm saying, though. It is how they take advantage of the system. It's the same way. I'm not married yet.
Wait, I'm sorry. Someone got help from a particular charity, and you're mad that someone helped her.
No, okay, so it's not even just about that. All right, so she paid $50,000 for the house, lived in it for 10 years, and then ended up getting married perfectly fine, and sold me the house for $150,000. So, in my opinion, I think the $100,000 should have went back to Habitat of Humanity. Nobody should be able to profit off of somebody else just because of their situation. But like I said,
they're going to use that money to get into a different place. They probably were moving somewhere. So the Habitat for Humanity was helping someone get a house, right? Which means helping them also get equity in that house. So you understand you get equity in a house when someone helps you get a house. So that is what they get to do, and what they get to be able to do with the house because of that. Yeah, of course.
I just think they could help a lot more people, though, if something like that were to happen and they want to move to another
If we're not talking
house
about
and they can.
helping the most amount of people, why do you support Trump? That makes no sense. I'm confused. You don't want people to screw the system over, but you're okay with supporting Trump, who actively speaking allows for defense contractors to screw the system over. Talking about hundreds of billions of dollars per year, literally over $1 trillion per year going into the military, all going into those defense contractors. They're making a whole bunch of money off this. The oil companies making a bunch of money off the war with Iran. But specifically, when we're talking about people getting basic things that they need, then it becomes a big issue. I don't understand people's priorities. Like, you're okay with the rich getting away with tax evasion and all this crazy shit, right? Because of the fact that people who are getting things that they need are getting things that they need. Come on, like, you're focused on the wrong people, is what I would say.
Well, but it's just like it's like even the same way of like the I can't. It's some policy that was set in place about for the paying student debt off. Like my cousin, she's nothing. She does not make that much money, and apparently she didn't qualify for all these big grants that all these people were getting, all these student loans paid off, and everyone else around here can say the same thing. All the agencies and everything, that if you are white, you have less chance to be able to receive assistance.
No.
That's
That's just not true.
How is that? When I'm serious, it's agencies. Like you can
Provide
talk to people that
provide
work
a single source for that
like I
information.
said,
I'm
it's
talking federal
the
policy.
people.
They don't do that.
Okay, I'm not saying they can do it by that, but what I'm saying is that they see it because I know people that have went to those agencies to try and get help, and they say, "I'm sorry, your race and everything it affects
Okay,
you."
so how about this? Universal system. Everyone gets access to it. A universal public option for everyone to have access to. It's not going to discriminate against who in terms of who gets access to it. One, I don't believe that existed in terms of what you referenced for federal policy. And two, if you believe that that exists, how about extending it to everyone? Advocating for a universalized system.
Well, but see, where's all the money going to be coming from to be able to donate and give all this money instead of
Well, did you know that countries
paying
around the world have these universal type systems and they spend nearly half as much per individual as what we do here in the United States and have better average health outcomes?
Then how is that exactly? Like, how do they spend less but give you more?
Because they actively have preventative health care that prevents long-term chronic conditions from affecting people, which increase healthcare costs in the long run. So you understand that we'll have lower healthcare costs if people are able to afford preventative healthcare, checkups, screenings, things that they need specifically to prevent long-term chronic disease and illness.
But do you or do you not see a system that was created more along the lines of that it's easier to try and live off of the government and basically get stuff for free and work the system compared to, hey, you go to your job 40 to 60 hours a week, bust your tail, and you receive nothing extra for it, whereas Joe Schmo over here just had 3 kids and now they can receive food stamps. He drives a fancy
But
Silverado.
I'm sorry, you don't get to be able to afford everything in your life that you need just because of food stamps. You should look up how much people get for food stamps. You're talking about a few $100s a month, right?
I'm pretty
Unless
sure
you have a
that they
large
said-
family, right, where you're going to get maximum like $1,000.
But then you also get free health insurance.
No, you don't get free health insurance.
You get Medicaid.
But it's not absolutely free. You still have to pay for things. And even so, right, you still have other things you have to afford in your life. Tenet, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. The point that we're making is that everyone deserves these things. These are things that you should have across the board. If you want your healthcare taken care of, let's have a universal system.
And I feel in that way it would be different. But like I said, the system.
Do you feel like that would be more fair to you?
If everyone had it, but I don't see it ever going to that extent.
Well, that's what we're advocating for.
Okay.
Like, this is a very prominent position around the entire world. It's very unique to the United States that we don't have a system like this.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I've never looked. You said it is universal.
Universal
What?
healthcare. Yeah, it's like
I'll have to
practically
look into
every developed country around the world has a system like this.
it. Okay. I haven't. Like I said, I haven't seen into that because I don't know. I don't look. You work all week. It's hard to get time to do those types of things. And really check into that. But yeah, I mean, that would be something that I think that would make the system a lot more fair, and I think it would keep people from milking the system to the extent that they do. So that way,
You know who should be worried about milking the system? The billionaires that are not paying their fair share. That literally do whatever they can to evade taxes. That's who you should be worried about. Because when they don't pay their taxes, that means proportionally you have to fit the bill more. Because they're not paying their fair share. They think they're so much better than us that they don't have to pay like you. You pay a higher effective tax rate than they do. That's absurd. That's what you should be angry about. That's what I'm fucking angry about. It is really frustrating that as a society, we have people who do that inevitably to such an extent in which it prevents us from being able to afford basic necessities for our population. We live in the richest country in the history of the world and we can't afford these things. We're out there fighting wars on behalf of the state of Israel, right? And we're not providing basic access to necessities for Americans in this country. We provide adequate resources, right, for survival, shelter, healthcare, right? Food, right? For people who are in prison, who have committed the worst crimes, but we can't do so for people who just can't afford it. Makes no sense to me. You cannot create a society where going to prison is preferable to being poor.
Yeah, but now you say to tax the rich harder, so you don't think that would have any kind of repercussions as far as like then the middle and lower class would see it? I would just feel like that they would want to increase the prices of everything and stuff like that.
If you don't want your prices to go up, why do you support Trump, who's literally brought your prices up?
Well, I'm not even saying just to that extent. I'm saying though, if raising taxes on the rich, because I know that's one of the big things Democrats want to do is raise taxes on the rich. So if you did something like that,
so would you rather tax the poor? When we say tax the rich, we're saying we'd rather tax the rich than the poor. That's what we're saying. We're not saying we just want to tax people for the fuck of it. We're saying, inevitably speaking, taxing is necessary to fund the social services that we need for our society. To keep it functioning properly, to keep it functioning in a manner in which is good, so that people are caught if there is going to be negative impacts towards them within our system, right? Social safety net. In order to be able to fund that, we have to tax someone. I'd rather tax rich individuals than the poor.
Yeah. Same. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your time, Parker.
All right,
I'll let you
appreciate
go
you
on to
joining
the
us.
next one. You have a good one, buddy.
Alrighty. You as well. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you that's very kind of you. Thank you. Morgan, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. W. Leaf, thank you so much. Kaylee, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have heard about that. That's really cool. If you have any resource on that, I'd love to hear more about that. So as Kaylee, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. It's very true as well. Thank you. And Catherine, thank you so much for the $80 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Catherine. Can we get some W's for Catherine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually don't know. No, I haven't seen Catherine, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Again, Catherine, thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here again. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Kenzie, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up, howdy? Oh, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Chloe, thank you for the Galaxy. How old are you? Hello? You muted yourself. Okay, alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, I used to. I voted for him.
Do you not support him anymore?
Nah, I don't.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates.
Oh, what's up, Parker? I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, totally.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, definitely.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? I support his theories. And
Such
what he
as?
represents. Mostly what he represents.
Such as?
His theories? I support his theory about state rights. I like that.
Okay, be specific on that.
That's really it. He thinks that the state should have autonomy. I like that. That's really the only one of his theories that I
within
like.
what specific instances? Because not within all instances. Because he actually believes in nationalizing the elections, so even though the Constitution explicitly says that it should be left up to the states to conduct the elections. So explicitly, in what situations are you referencing?
I'm referencing specifically abortion.
Okay. So, why do you want to leave abortion rights up to the states?
So they can make it illegal.
Do you want to leave human rights up to the states?
Well, abortion's not a human right.
It is. Bodily
I
autonomy
grant
is a
you
human
think that.
right.
You have an argument for that?
Bodily autonomy is a human right, but even so, you believe the right to life is a human
No,
right.
bodily autonomy is a human right. That's fine. Abortion isn't. Do you have an argument for that?
Do you believe the right to life is a human right?
Do I believe that? I know it's a human right. Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to leave that human right up to the states?
No, that's why I said specifically.
Thank you for
abortion.
conceding. So
You think that's a concession?
Yes, it is, because you don't think that the right to life.
I said I specifically want to leave the right to
pause. I know
abortion
you're
up to states.
Pause. So you wanted the right to life to be left up to the states. Is that what you just said?
No, I said I want the right to abortions to be left up to the states.
Yeah, but you just said that abortion. Do you think abortion's murder?
No, I think abortion is immoral, not that it's murder.
Okay. Can you define murder?
Yeah, the unjustified volitional killing of a human being or of a life or taking of a life, because it could be like Superman or some shit, but yeah, something like that.
What is a human being?
A human being, a person with human DNA. But it's just a person in general, because like Superman's not technically a human, but if you did a Superman, it'd be murder.
Does that start at conception?
Does that start at conception? Yeah, it starts at conception.
Okay. So then you do
What
think it's
specifically?
murder.
Actually, wait, what
So then you do
specifically
think it's
starts at
murder because
conception?
you said murder is the immoral killing of a person.
No,
right?
I think rights bearing starts at conception. That's the question I was answering. Were you asking something different? Because I think you become a rights bearer at the moment of conception. Because I think that's when you come into existence, and I think the necessary conditions to be a rights bearer met them. But I don't think you're a person at conception now.
Okay. When does personhood begin?
When does personhood begin? I don't see why that's relevant, but probably when you're sentient.
Okay. But you don't think that personhood is the basis of rights?
No, I think we afford rights to non-persons.
Okay. All right. I was just saying, like, you don't think that's the basis for rights to the extent that we're referencing within our society. But okay, if you're
I
saying,
think the purpose of rights is to protect goods that we value.
Sure. Okay. So you think rights begin at conception? You don't think it's a person at conception. That's why you don't think it's murder, but yet you still think it's immoral. Because
well, there can be abortions that are murder, but like when I said I don't think
it's a
abortion is
human
murder, I'm
being at
talking about
conception?
prior to conception. Pardon?
Do you think it's a human being at conception?
Yeah, it's just not a person.
Okay, so you did say that like the unaliving.
So it's not a human being. It's an entity with human DNA. It's not a person.
Yeah, you said that you think so. It's not a human being.
No, because a human being is a human person.
You backtracked. Okay, so then it is not a human being. Human being happens at sentience. It's just a human cellular life, and yet you think it has. Okay, so then here's my question: if it's just immoral, it's not murder. Why do you think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
because I think we should make most immoral things illegal. That's why. And I also think it's significantly immoral.
Okay.
I
Do you
think it's
think
immoral
cheating should
enough
be?
to make it
Do you think
illegal.
cheating should be illegal?
Obviously. If you're cheating on your husband or wife, yeah. If it's like a boyfriend or girlfriend, no.
So you think people should go to prison for cheating? And
Obviously.
why the difference between marriage and a relationship?
Because marriage is more serious. You sign a contract in marriage, right? Like if you've
So?
signed a contract and then you violate the condition. Yeah, because if you sign a contract and you violate those conditions, there should be legal penalties in the same way if you violate any other contract. So yeah.
Okay. So you think that and what should those legal penalties be if you cheat?
You should probably go to jail, maybe prison.
For how long?
I don't know. I also don't see why this is relevant, but I don't know.
I'm just
90
asking.
days.
How long?
90 days, some amount of time, do some community service. I don't know.
For
What on earth does this have to do with whether I think
should,
abortion
do you
is
think
murder?
Trump should go to jail?
Obviously. He went to an island and touched little kids. Yes, he should go to prison. Duh.
So why would you vote for him?
Why would I vote for him? Well, I wouldn't actually vote for him. I just want to debate you. Trump's a moron. But what is...
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
202.
Okay. And election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. All day.
What's your birth month?
October.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
Do you need my social security too, brother? Come on.
I don't think I was asking you for too much. I asked the same questions to everyone. That's just to ensure that you're of age.
Absolutely.
Here, let me thank someone, then we can move on to our conversation. Justina, thank you so much for the $50 for Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Justina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Justina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is incredibly kind of you.
Parker.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Parker.
Make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick. Then we can move on to our conversation. Could you just give me a quick second? Greasy, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Greasy in the comment section. MV, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I know, literally $9. A-Log, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I get you there. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. On the Beard, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $5. On the Beard with the $5. Thank you. On the Beard, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Luke, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Renegade, thank you for the $5. Jen, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Luke, thank you for the $10. BLUN, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Renegade, thank you for the $5 as well. Squirrel, thank you so much for the push, the 20 euros. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I absolutely will. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you. William with the $10. On the Beard, thank you for the 5. And on the Beard, thank you for the 5 as well. William, thank you for the $10. As well as Annie, thank you so much for the $2.50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W to your mom. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump? And I'm so sorry to hear that, by the way, Annie. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Can you hear me loud and clear, Parker?
Yes, I do hear you.
Perfect. It's not so much I support Trump. It's I can't get behind somebody else, Democratic representative. Like 40 years ago when Iran took hostages, how do you feel about that? Why shouldn't we bomb the fuck out of them?
Because they showed no imminent threat to the U.S. today, right? Like there was no evidence that they were going to attack us. We don't just start wars of aggression because in the past people have attacked us. Like that makes no sense.
So you feel comfortable sleeping at night knowing that 60 plus people died because of Iran took our hostages?
I think that we should obviously not go to war for no fucking reason. Trump's going to war on behalf of the state of Israel, not for U.S. interests, not for our benefit as the average American, not to save your life.
Right, but
so why do you do you sleep comfortable at night when U.S. citizens and U.S. service members are dead now because of a war for the state of Israel, for a foreign country? Do you sleep okay at night when you think about that?
I mean, um,
Sleep completely fine thinking about the fact that U.S. service members are dead for Israel?
there's going to be some sort of loss, but this is going
Oh,
on 40
now it's
plus
okay
years.
that there's a loss. Now you're completely, your mind is completely okay
When
with
did I
that.
say it's okay there's a loss? I said there
You just
is a
said.
loss,
You
not
just
that it's
said.
okay.
Wait, so you sleep completely fine at night thinking about that? So why do you ask me such a question when really that applies to
If
your
service
position?
members sacrifice their fucking life
For the
to
state of
end
Israel?
this,
Not even for
no,
the U.S., not even for our defense? For the state of Israel.
then who's a fucking service member?
What? The 13 plus service members that have died?
Where'd you get 13 from?
That's reported by the U.S. themselves.
It doesn't matter. If
It doesn't matter that they died?
Absolutely, it does.
Okay.
If sacrificing U.S. military service members means this 40 plus year obligation ends, then it ends. What do you have any idea what those hostages went through?
No, I don't. But that doesn't mean that we should go to war with Iran right now. That makes no sense because couldn't that
We
create
were
more
never
hostage?
in war.
Could it?
We're,
We are at war right now.
we did Congress declare war?
Congress doesn't have to declare war for us to be at war. So here's the point.
So,
Trump has
exactly. We're not
Trump
in
has
war.
acknowledged that we're in war. Hegseth has acknowledged that we're in war. Rubio has acknowledged that we're in war. Vance has acknowledged that we're in war. The entirety of the administration that you support acknowledges that we're in war. But for some reason, you think that we're not. Why do Trump supporters keep saying this like it's an own? You guys know that you're lying, right?
Because it's not a declared war.
So then why are service members dying? For what? Why is Trump asking for 200 billion? For what?
For those dozens of fucking hostages that died 40 years ago.
So because hostages died 40 years ago. So why didn't Trump do this under his first administration?
Why didn't Biden?
Because Biden doesn't believe in wars of aggression. Why didn't Trump do this
Why
under his
didn't
first
Obama?
administration? Because Trump said no new wars, right? What happened to that?
It's not a new war. It's been going on
This
for
is a
40
new war.
fucking years.
Objectively,
Sorry.
it's a new
Sorry
war.
for the cursing.
Wait, you said it's been going on, so you do admit it's a war.
No, it's a conflict. Absolutely.
Okay, so it has not been going on. We were not at war and conflict with Iran. That's not true.
Then why did they take our hostages?
Wait, then why did Trump say in 2011 that Obama was going to start a war with Iran?
Did he? No.
No. Did you know that he said he was weak and ineffective for not being able to get negotiation done, and he was going to start a war because he's weak and ineffective? That's actually what Trump did. Trump was the one that was weak and ineffective, couldn't get negotiation done with Iran, and started a war with them because he couldn't get that negotiation done. Obama got the negotiation done, called the JCPOA, and Trump pulled us out of that. So are you going to enlist him?
I did. I did my time. Thank you.
Would you enlist again for the offensive war?
I did my time. Thank you.
Why won't you enlist again for the
What kind
offensive
of
war?
public service have you done?
This.
Okay.
You don't think this is a public service?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Public service, but
Why not?
actually, no. Actually, I do think it is because you're bringing attention to the other side.
Okay, so you do agree it's a public service?
Whatever you're doing, sitting behind a laptop and microphone.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I wish I had that gig.
Okay. And? So why do you support Trump then?
His policies, he's getting shit done. Sorry for the cursing.
Renegade, thank you so much for the $20. They said disabled Iraq vet. Caller needs to get my struggle out of his mouth. Release the bats. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much for here's the donation towards the public service. Thank you very much.
So you have no other thoughts on the hostages that were taken?
I've already given you my thoughts. I mean, what else do you want me to say at this point?
Well, I just asked you if you have any other thoughts.
How do
None.
you feel about the fact that Donald Trump said that John McCain's not a war hero when because he was captured?
Um,
Oh,
there's more to it than either of us know.
no, there's not. So explain. What are your thoughts
What
on
it
that?
is?
What are your thoughts on that?
Do you know the orders he was given? Do you
What are
know
your thoughts on what
the
he said about
situation?
John McCain,
What are your thoughts?
a Vietnam POW? I think it's despicable what he said.
Yeah. Um, anybody who puts their life on the line for this country is honored. Um,
Yeah, and Trump, the draft dodger, said that.
you know, he speaks more than he does, sure.
Yeah, like he
But
literally dodged the very draft of the war that he said that he doesn't like John McCain. He said that he's not a war hero because he was captured. Because he doesn't like people who are captured. He likes winners. That's literally what he said. Can you even fucking imagine? Like, genuinely, that's fucking nuts, isn't it? To say that when you literally dodged the draft associated with that war. And literally went to a doctor that said you had bone spurs that worked for your dad.
and even more.
You just cut out.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
I hear you now, yeah.
Yeah. So like even more nuts is 60 of fucking Americans getting captured by Iran,
And
taken
again,
hostage.
I don't like the IRGC. I don't like that at all. I don't know what your point is. That doesn't mean we should go to war with
Because
Iran.
that
Should we go to war with Israel over the USS Liberty?
the problem is like
I have a question. Do you think we should go
or
to?
the
Do you think we should go
solution.
to? Should we go to war with Israel over the USS Liberty?
The solution is Trump doesn't F
Answer the question.
around
Should we
anymore.
go to war with Israel over the
I'm
USS Liberty?
I'm answering your first question that you asked
Okay.
30 seconds ago. Trump doesn't F around. He's gonna end this conflict or war that you want to call it, conflict, war, whatever. Um, he's gonna end it in one time. There's no more BSing around. That's why Trump. That's why I voted for Trump.
Okay.
You
So
know,
do you think we
but
should go to war with Israel because of what happened with the USS Liberty?
not familiar.
Well, it's a boat that was intentionally attacked by the state of Israel.
A
That the
boat?
U.S.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like the
Uh,
U.S.
it's a ship, but
which is a large
indifferent.
boat.
Yeah, indifferent. That's fine. No, because Obama had the opportunity, Biden had the opportunity. Now it's Trump,
So,
and
what you're not understanding is that based upon your argument, it would say that. Secondly, hey, first term, Trump should have done this against Iran. I don't think that was the argument. Thirdly, I think it's absurd that you're arguing that we've been at conflict and war with Iran since then, which is absurd. That's obviously not true.
it is true, bro.
It's not. It's
the,
not.
the 60 plus people that got taken hostage. That's not conflict. That's not
Back
war.
so back 40 years ago is not continual conflict today.
Oh, so we were at peace for some time. When was that time?
Yeah, there wasn't war. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I never said there was war. There was conflict. When was
Okay,
when was there
when you say
peace?
conflict, of course there could be conflict, but Trump started a new conflict specifically with Iran that did not exist prior.
Absolutely, it did.
No, it didn't.
Are
Why
you
being
out of your mind?
Like, I just think you're a dishonest piece of fucking shit when you do stuff like this. Like, genuinely. Like, you know you're purposefully being dishonest and acting like, oh no, Trump didn't start a war. Trump didn't start this conflict because we've been in conflict with them for so fucking long. You realize you're a dumb, fucking, stupid, little, annoying piece of shit because you won't actually engage with the fact that we have started a war because of Trump. You know damn well that this is a war because of Trump. You just want to act pedantic as fucking shit to act like this isn't the case. You're a dishonest piece of shit, genuinely. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Actually engage in a conversation with what's affecting the country. If you want to have a conversation about politics and come on a live stream to talk about politics, don't come up and do this dense bullshit where you know that it's a fucking war and you act like it's not. It is obviously a war. Your own administration you support acknowledges it's a fucking war that they started. They acknowledge that Israel got us into this war. There are people on your administration that literally resigned because of it. Okay? Stop acting like it's not a fucking war. It's pedantic bullshit that's fucking insufferable to deal with. Genuinely, if you want your country to be better off, why are you fucking doing this shit? Why do you have conversations about irrelevant bullshit that's clearly not the fucking case, that you know is a misrepresentation of the facts?
Can I talk now?
Yeah, go and spew your fucking bullshit, buddy.
Okay, little guy. Clearly we have different definitions of conflict and war. So what is your definition of conflict and war? Maybe I can understand a little bit.
No, apparently
better.
you have a different definition than everyone else. Because I'm saying Pete Hegseth said this. I'm saying Marco Rubio said this. I'm saying JD Vance said this. I'm saying Donald Trump said this. That's your own administration. I don't even have to define it for you because they all acknowledge it based on their definition. How about you define it because you're the one using it in a different way than all of us are using it? Sounds like you're the one that needs to clarify your usage because our usage is all understood by everyone. You're the one not understanding it.
Well, I think you need to put into perspective of the 60 hostages taken 40 years ago. What are you going to do? Just let that go? They don't mean anything to you?
So do you think we were still at war with Germany like fucking 10 years after World War II ended?
Do you?
No. Do you? Because under
No.
your view, they had taken hostages. They took American hostages.
Because
So
we settled
were
that.
we still at war with Germany?
We settled that conflict.
Were we still at war with Germany?
When did we ever settle the conflict with Iran?
So I think that it was settled in the fact that specifically we stopped engaging in direct conflict and war. Can you acknowledge that Donald Trump believes that the war is going on right now?
Like I said previously.
Can you concede that at least the Trump administration believes they've started a war?
No, absolutely.
They
Legality.
do. You're lying. You're lying right now.
Legal
You're like
terms,
literally
there
lying.
is
Like
no
everyone
war.
else knows that they've acknowledged this. You're just lying right now.
Legality. There is
You
no
see how
war.
far they bend themselves into fucking pretzels to defend this administration and act like we're not at war? Your
In
own
terms-
administration says it. How do you deny it?
In terms of legality, there is no
Do
war.
you like being delusional?
In terms of legality, there is no war. Are
And
you delusional?
Trump. Okay, so the way that we're using the terms is obviously a demonstrating that it's a war. If you think that Trump is wrong when he says it's a war, if you think Rubio's wrong when they say it's a war, if you think that Vance is wrong when they say it's a war, and if you think that Hegseth is wrong when they say it's a war, who would be right in demonstrating that we're actually at war outside of Congress? Would the administration be able to ever acknowledge that they're at war?
Exactly what you just said. It's Congress that can determine.
Okay, so
who's at war.
if Congress has not determined something to be a war, then it's not war.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
If Congress does not determine something to be a war, then it's not a war. Is that your view?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then
Legally, like.
Okay. Prior to U.S. Congress existing, were there war?
Not too familiar with that subject.
Was there war prior to U.S. Congress existing?
I'm sure there was, but
Yes,
there
definitely was. So then, what is your definition of war?
Well, at that time, prior to Congress being a thing, there was different checkpoints. What I don't know what you want to call it. Checkpoints, whatever.
What do you consider war?
To declaring a war.
Yeah, what's war? What does that mean?
Today or then?
Then.
I wasn't alive during that time. Whatever
You
they
don't
want to
need
call.
to be to know what war is. That is the
Then
dumbest
what is
thing I've
it?
ever heard.
Then
You have
explain
to
to
be.
me what
Were
it
you
is.
alive during World War II?
Absolutely not.
Was it a war?
Sure.
Exactly. Shut the fuck up. Now, can you answer?
Because it was declared by Congress.
Really? Okay, so prior to us being involved in the war, was it a war?
It's a conflict.
Are you fucking serious? You don't think that the World War II began in 1939?
It wasn't our war.
What year did World War II begin?
What's that on your shirt?
What year did World War II end or begin?
End or began?
Began.
Continue.
Do you know? Answer the question. What year?
Was that funny?
Yeah, it's really funny. What year?
World War II is funny.
I'm no. What year did it begin? Nice rage bait, buddy. What year did it begin? You just sound stupid right now. I just want to let you know. I can't hear you because you swiped out of the app to go look it up. He's Googling it right now after I literally just told him, by the way. I literally told him the year.
Chat, he's Googling it.
Is this your best best shot at rage baiting?
Your chat's saying 1939.
Yeah, it is 1939. So we didn't get involved yet because Pearl Harbor had not happened yet until 1941, December 6th, 1941. That's when Pearl Harbor happened. So
what's the point here?
Or December 7th. I'm wrong with that. Sorry, I don't know why I said December 6th. What's it called? Do you want to engage with that point?
What? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What's the point?
Yeah, I have already explained that Congress had not declared war yet still World War had happened. World War II began prior to Congress declaring the war because we weren't involved with it until 1941, or at the end of 1941.
Because what you just said yourself, we weren't a part of it until 1941. It started in 1939. We're not a part of it. It's not our war. Okay. And then second of all, in the history books, World War II is just a title. What merit does that have in terms of?
It demonstrates that there was a war prior to U.S. Congress demonstrating that it was a war. So can you answer the question, what is war? If you think that there was a war prior to that point, how do you define war?
I don't think there was a war prior to that point.
You
so
don't
there's no need
think
to answer that
so you
question.
don't think World War II began in 1939?
I said prior to that point.
So do you think World War II began in 1939?
According to your chat.
No, according to you.
Sure.
Okay, then if you do, then you believe it began prior to U.S. Congress declaring it. So what is war?
Because I just said World War II is a title given to the conflict. Since we engaged, after we engaged.
Everyone, you can't say it anymore. World Conflict 2. Not World War II, World Conflict 2. Get it right, buddy. World Conflict 2. You can actually say World War II and mean it because U.S. Congress did not declare that there was war in 1939. Do you realize how fucking ridiculous you sound? That's you. That's literally what you sound like, bro.
Do you realize
Get your head out of your ass.
of it?
World Conflict 2.
Do Do you realize the legality of it?
Do I realize yeah, and the legality that you're mentioning is bullshit because everyone can acknowledge that it's World War II, but you have to say it's World Conflict II because you don't believe that war began in 1939.
When did those words come out of my mouth?
Well, you have to because I've already explained it to you that you specifically believe that war only begins with U.S. Congress establishing it. U.S. Congress had not established it in 1939. Okay. So, if you acknowledge World War II began in 1939, you have to concede on your stupid little argument here.
Parker, stop. How did we start talking about World War II when I came on to your channel? Thanks
Because you
for
are
having me,
saying
by
that
the way.
we're not at war right now.
No,
I know that you can't track
I
the
wasn't done
conversation.
talking.
Okay,
I
go
wasn't
ahead.
done talking. But thanks for having me, first of all. I'm sure I'm getting tons of feedback in the chat. I can't keep up. But my main point here was why are we in conflict with Iran when they took 60 plus hostages 40 plus years ago? My dad still tells me fucking stories of the shit they all went through. Or like it's sickening, dude. Why does that place I'm at a loss of words, honestly.
I know you keep repeating the same thing without actually addressing anything new.
Because that's why I came onto your show.
Okay. And you just came up on the show to repeat the same thing over and over again?
Well, the answer hasn't been answered. Or the question hasn't been answered.
I think I've answered that question like 8 times, dude.
Then what's the answer?
I'm not answering it again. If you want to go check it out, you can go onto my YouTube and you can go watch the VOD. At least watch an advertisement and help out the stream, right?
So you think we should just surrender to Iran?
No, I don't think that we should go to war with Iran. I think that it was embarrassing that we did in the first place.
When you say we did in the first place, are you talking then or now? Or now we're back to the war versus conflict situation.
Yeah, we're at war. Your own administration acknowledges that we're at war, and you're being an annoying loser that won't acknowledge that it's actually war when your own administration acknowledges it. Literally just to try to make your own administration look better.
But I admit the administration recognizes we're at war. I'm putting up like quotation marks here. You can't see, but legally it's not war.
Is there anything else you want to talk about at this point? Because at this point, if you don't consider it war, let's say you don't. Let's say you want to call it conflict. Okay, let's call it conflict.
Okay. Yeah.
Trump's caused more conflict with Iran, right?
Yeah, he's stirred the plot, or he stirred the pot a little bit.
Okay, so just a little bit, yeah. He's just
Yeah.
stirred the pot a little bit. Okay, so that's been bad, right? Because he's caused gas prices to go up, inflation to go up. The OECD forecasts 4.2% inflation for the country. Do you want your groceries to go up in prices?
Obviously my answer and everybody's answer should be no.
Okay. You said everyone's answer should be no.
I said
to you don't support Trump anymore, or to what?
No. Do you support grocery prices going up?
Okay. So if it's to do you support grocery prices going up, then why do you support Trump? Because he's caused grocery prices to go up.
Because it's a part of his long-term plan. You know, things can't change overnight. You know, there's going to have to be some sort of battle in between. You know, sometimes things get worse before they get better. You know.
But like, did this have to happen?
Did 60 Americans getting taken by Iran have to happen?
Okay, I'm just gonna go on to the next person, dude. This guy, man. I can't have conversations with people like that, dude. It's absurd. It's absurd, dude. Like, dude. Can't even have a serious conversation, dude. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I have some people to thank, but let's get this next person up here before we do so. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. I'd really appreciate if you hit that like button. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
07.
What month?
April.
Okay. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because his supporters don't brutally massacre someone for debate.
Sorry, I just felt like they were trolling. I think they were trolling when they said that, right? Just go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Kind of.
What's your birth year?
I'm gonna be honest. 06 October.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm gonna have to go Trump here. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. When I first voted, I was, full huge Trump supporter. I believed everything he did his first 4 years. I mean, I wasn't too big into politics then, but I enjoyed it. But after recently, after I don't know how sensitive TikTok is with talking, but after he was called the first Jewish president, it kind of leaned me away, but I still support some of the things he does, but there's some stuff I don't support.
Okay. So you said, okay. What stuff do you support that gets you to want to vote for him?
So I would say, obviously ICE is not anything new. But how do I put this into word? The use of ICE, I would, like to continue, not keeping open borders, keeping that whole idea,
Did you
closing
say
down
Trump
borders.
is Jewish, by the way?
He was called the first Jewish president.
But do you believe he is?
Hell, I don't know anymore. So.
Are you joking?
No, I'm not joking.
Sounds like you kind of are.
I'm genuinely not.
Okay, why do you think that he's Jewish?
No, I'm not saying he's Jewish. I'm saying that the Israeli government called him their first Jewish president. That was said on live TV. I did vote. I was legal, but all right. Did you not see that?
No. I don't know what you're saying. Do you just believe things that you just see on the internet and then they say it and then you just believe it?
No, it was.
Is there any evidence?
It was on national television. I mean, I can't pull it up now.
You believe on national television that Trump said he was Jewish?
Trump didn't say it.
So someone else claimed it, and therefore you think it's true.
It was. Oh no! That's you're no. What happened was, I forgot who exactly, but it was someone from the Israeli government standing with Trump, claiming him as their first Jewish president.
Okay, but does that mean that that's true because they said it?
I mean, I see where you're going. Obviously not, but when he's sitting there shaking his hand, supporting it, not saying anything about it, and then continuing to sit there and support Israel, it kind of leads on.
Okay, so if I tell Dean that he's actually a deep state controlled, paid by the DNC, would that mean it's true?
I mean, if he
stays on the live and he says, yeah, that's applicable to me, would you believe that?
and he sat there and supported it.
Okay, yo, Parker, I can't even lie. You gotta watch this clip. It's actually crazy. Like, bro, I'm not even like trolling you. Like this, like, is this AI? This is crazy. Here, Parker, I'm gonna send you the link on Discord. Do you want to play the audio for the stream?
Yeah, sure. Because I've heard the audio before. I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure.
I'm just not a big Israel fan, so when you're
Yeah, so then why do you support the candidate as the greatest ally that Israel's ever had, according to Netanyahu?
And I said, this is our first Jewish president. It's true. Now he's the first Jewish president to serve two not consecutive presidencies. We thank you for everything.
Yes, sir. Bad things happened on the second one. Namely, the election was rigged. And we found out, and you see that happening. But
And you are the greatest president.
Thank you very much.
And God bless you.
Yeah, I think that's obviously a joke.
I don't know, man, because it's one of those things. Like, yeah, it very obviously can be a joke, but like, when you're not, you're not. I mean, I guess a joke you wouldn't deny it, but you're not denying it. You're supporting it, and you're also siding with Israel, which Israel is no good. They're completely evil.
Yeah, so then
But-
why do you support Trump, who's siding with Israel and Netanyahu to the greatest
I didn't-
extent possible and
like
started
I-
a war with Iran?
Like I said earlier, I don't support some of his ideas, but I support.
But like you're still willing to vote for him,
it's
even
like
though
that
he's bringing
half
us
and
into
half.
war with Iran on behalf of the state of Israel.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I mean, I don't know if I could. I would rather him side with Israel than allowing, or like sophisticating an open border where we just allow, gang members from other countries.
We didn't have
coming in.
an open border under the Biden administration. Harris
Well,
didn't
on
advocate for an
paper-
open border. She didn't just want terrorists to come into the country. Donald Trump actually pardoned terrorists. Did you know that?
I didn't, but I was on
Domestic
paper.
terrorists
No,
and
she
narco
didn't.
terrorists.
On paper, she didn't, but it's like all those instances, like the Venezuelan group. I forgot what state it was in, but when they took over those several blocks, and then there was
Dean, what are your thoughts on that one?
Thoughts on what?
Oh, he's saying the apartment buildings one. I'm just only asked you because
Oh,
you live in
Aurora?
Colorado. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's just putrid misinformation.
How so?
Because there's no evidence for it, and the mayor of Denver came out and said that it was misinformation.
Well, then maybe I need to go do more research about it. But, I don't know. I just wanted to come up and say that. Like, that was like my little piece in it all. Like, I'm not.
Is there
I was a
anything
huge
Trump could do
supporter
that would get
before,
you to
but-
stop supporting him?
I mean, at this point, it's not a lot, but it's getting to a point
Are you
where
all right?
he's not.
I just want to check on you real quick. Are you okay?
Who?
It just sounds like you're coughing a lot. I just want to make sure you're good.
Me? No. Wait, I'm coughing?
Maybe it's
Yeah?
not. Do you have like an animal in the room? Is there like
No.
anything-
Sorry, I have Tourette's, so it's like I
Oh, okay.
have these like I don't know how it's like scuffs almost. Like they're not
Yeah.
coughs, but it just happens a lot.
Yeah, no worries, man. I just wanted to make sure that you were okay. Like I wasn't even trying to say that to
I
be
got
mean
you.
or anything. I just want to make sure that you're good.
No, you're good, man. I get it a lot. No,
Don't worry.
It's yeah. I don't know. It wouldn't take a lot for me to not support Trump anymore. But it's like one of those situations. Is like, would you rather, and I don't know. Obviously, I can't speak on, Kamala too much or she hasn't been president. So it's not like I can relate back to anything.
So you
And
can
obviously, I
say
can
Kamala would have
relate back.
supported different policies. You can say that Kamala would have had preferable policies. You can say that Kamala would not have brought us to war with Iran. You can say that Kamala wouldn't have caused the level of inflation that we see under Trump's administration
Well,
because of
she
the war. You can't say that Kamala Harris would have imposed tariffs, right, to the extent Trump did. You can't say any of those things. So it's like the point I would say is that we have really good reason to believe that practically every metric of the economy would be significantly better off if Harris were in office comparative to Trump. Trump's done practically everything worse for the economy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When Biden was in office and she was VP and they were sending out that money to Ukraine, it didn't do much other than fund the war at that point. But at the same time, it's like one of those situations. What do you do?
That's defensive.
But like I said, it's one of those situations. Like, what do you do? Like, you can't sit there and do nothing. But at the same time, I'm sure there's other ways to not send out, billions of dollars, and there's other ways to make peace with Putin.
Trump is sending out billions of dollars to the war with Iran, and Trump hasn't made peace. He actually said he was wrong. Did you know that?
I heard about when he God, what did he say? It was something about I don't know if it was a complete ceasefire, but it was like a 5-day hold or something like that. I forgot what they were waiting on, like Iran said they were getting rid of their nuclear weapons, so it was like a 5-day hold while they were waiting or something like that. But I'm not sure. Like I mean, I don't know how truthful that is. I saw it briefly.
Okay. So I'm confused why you bring this up. What kind are you questioning? Are you saying that like maybe they're gonna bring troops there or like?
Well, no, you said. Oh, damn! I forgot what you said now. God, it was something that brought me there. You said something about how Trump. You said Trump was sending billions of dollars to Iran, and then that he wasn't making peace.
Yeah.
So
with Russia, he literally said that he was wrong with Russia. He said that
No, you said Iran though.
Yeah, I said both.
Oh, I didn't hear the Russia part. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
No, I mean, I don't know, to be honest. It's one of those situations where I just gotta because I'll be honest, I was a huge MAGA, all for Trump, F, Biden, F Kamala, and then Kamala. And then when he came into his second presidency, it was fine, it was a little rocky, and then I, saw with some of the stuff he was doing, I liked some of it, and then now it's getting to this point where, I don't. I mean, I kind of support when you do something about another country burning Americans' flags and whatnot, but at the same time, it's like. Also, I think we've been telling Iran, I don't know how many years, to not have nuclear weapons. But then there's also that other debate that their religion is like totally against it, so they wouldn't have it.
There's that.
But,
Also, Trump pulled us out of the nuclear agreement that we had, where we had surveillance of their nuclear enrichment facilities, the JCPOA. So I see no good reason as to why Trump would be better for preventing that from happening.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I didn't know about that. It's like I said, I'm coming into this. I felt like I knew a lot, and I'm coming into this, and I'm feeling like I know nothing. So.
Okay. Well, I recommend look into things more, and I feel like you'd turn away from Trump because I feel like it's really good reason. There's really good reason to believe Trump is worse for the country, like within practically every metric that you'd want to point to.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at both sides right now.
Okay. Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
No, other than the guy before was definitely drunk, but he was a bad representation of the military. The guy that kept bringing up the 60 U.S. Americans that were.
Maybe he was. I'm not sure.
If he wasn't drunk, then he had to be trolling. Otherwise. All right. No, you have a good night, man.
Appreciate you coming up.
Yep. See you, man.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Do give us a quick second, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm in my 60s.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Where do you get these guys?
I don't know. I have some people to thank. Dude, just give me one quick second. Thank you for all the galaxies. Always been Lee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Jessica as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It must have been an accident. As well as Chelsea. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Serena, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Serena in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Serena. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm so sorry that's absolutely insane. Thankfully, that he's not going there for sure. But keep me updated on that, Serena. That's absolutely a scary thing to think about. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well as Alex. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? It's really ridiculous. I have some people to thank over on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on to the conversation. Just give me one quick second. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. CAW, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Luke, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I did see that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Luke, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Right Play, thank you so much for the $2. That's definitely not true. I don't know why you'd say that. Tommy, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Tommy in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Tommy in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you. Maul, thank you so much for the push to $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Luke, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sustaining, thank you for the $5. Fonzie with the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Under his view, definitely. Luke, thank you for the $5. Bless my vibe. Thank you so much for the $10. Tommy again with the $50. Thank you so much for this is the war that Donald Trump believes in. Where are his children? Are they fighting in Iran? No. Other people's? Yes, but not his own. This guy is a dumbass lying POS. Well, thank you so much for the appreciate Tommy. Because of W's for them in the comment section. Thank you very much. Luke, thank you for the $5. Wesley with the $5. And Sustaining, thank you for the $5. And Renegade, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, a whole bunch of reasons. I just like his, the his border, his border policy, like the fact that he's in Iran right now. I think he's straight up. I think he's he might tell a little fib every now and then, but he's not a type that's just have a big lie or something like that, So
He does engage in very big lies. For example, I mean, he literally lied about getting negotiations done with Iran and saying that they're very close to getting a deal. Iran came out and said absolutely no deal was ever talked about and that they weren't even in communication with Washington. And I mean, he had 30,000 confirmed misleading statements or lies in his first administration. He cheated on every single one of his wives. I mean, I can bring up countless situations of him lying about what he was running on, including saying no new wars and then literally starting a war with Iran.
Also, just like the whole big lie thing, he's guilty for telling the largest lie that any president has in the history of this country about the outcome of the 2020 election.
Well, that's yeah. So Trump told 30,000 lies in his first administration. That's a lot of lies.
Yeah, it is. So why do you support him, given that he's lied that many times?
Well, I think a lot of it is, him, basically pranking everybody, I mean, some of the stuff he says, can't be serious about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said,
well, also
he's pranking people. I don't think he's pranking. He's the president of the United States, right?
Yeah.
So how is it just pranking?
Well, I mean, I just think, that he says some stuff to make the press go nuts,
Okay. But why does he want to do that? What's the goal?
Just to mess with the media. I think he gets his. That's how he gets his kicks. I think.
Okay. So I just don't understand why that would be something he's doing as president of the United States. Isn't that
Mhm.
like not presidential behavior? Aren't you like supposed to
Well,
be
he's
professional? Aren't we supposed to be able to take them seriously?
now you watched him since he came down the escalator. There's nothing. That guy's he's just not a serious kind of guy. You know, he just
Okay, so
I
then
don't
why do
know.
you support him given that he's not serious? Like Obama literally wore a tan suit, wore a helmet, and took selfies in the Oval Office, and people were saying that he's not serious and not professional. But Donald
Well,
Trump does this and no one cares. Donald Trump posts a video of him AI shitting on Harry Sisson. And that's just like totally normal for his presidency.
I don't think Trump did that. I think his people did that.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because I don't think he's that stupid.
Okay, so the thing is that he is, and that this is a self-defeating argument you're running. Because whenever either myself or Parker are able to give you a scenario of him doing something that's truly that stupid, well, you just assume by default that it's not ever. It couldn't possibly be something that he did because you pre-assume that he's not that stupid. Do you see how that's self-defeating?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. But you know what I don't understand is if he told 30,000 lies when he talked to Howard Stern, why would you not think he was lying to Howard Stern?
Great question. I got a great answer. It's because when he has lied, or just when people lie in general, even when it's not about Trump, they lie to their self-benefit or the benefit of somebody in which they care about, right? That's why people lie. People don't lie to their self-detriment or to the detriment of those in which they'd care about, given that they wouldn't want the detriment of those in which they care about. And when Donald Trump admitted to barging into the dressing rooms and naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, okay, he did so.
He didn't say teens.
We'll get around to that in a minute. But before we do, I just want to finish my statement here.
Okay, sure.
When he admitted to that sexual exploitation, that didn't benefit him. That didn't benefit anyone, quite frankly. And that's why I don't believe that it was a lie, because the motivations to lie weren't there.
Well, you know, it's like locker room stuff. He wanted to impress Howard Stern by, you know, I mean, 30,000 lies. Why could that not be a lie?
Because the motivations to lie weren't there.
Okay. So he had the motivation 30,000 times, but not that time.
Yeah. If we look at his 30,000 lies, you know, they'll be surrounding false claims about how the economy is performing better under him than it actually is, or how negotiations are going better with Iran than they actually are, or how the election went better for him than it actually did. See, all of those things benefit him, his political empire, his businesses, his reputation, his bank account. Okay, but what is benefited by him falsely claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality he's innocent? That doesn't benefit anyone. Like, I honestly, can you point me towards one scenario of a famous person falsely claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they did not engage in sexual violence?
Yeah, you know, what goes on in people's minds, it's hard to say what's going on there, you know.
I think my point is that we just actually can't. We can't point towards any other scenario ever of a famous person with money claiming to have falsely engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they didn't. There's not a single other circumstance that you'd be able to point towards, because people do not do that. Even people like Trump.
You know, it's hard to believe that 30,000 lies, though, in what, 4 years? I mean, that's a lot of lies. That's a lot of lies.
So then,
Almost every other word that came out of his mouth. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're fine.
I didn't hear you.
Isn't that like an issue then?
Well, I mean, name 100 of his lies he told out of the 30,000.
I mean, I probably could. That's just, it would take too long, or I don't want to do it.
I know that. I know. I'm just kidding. Carrying on with you. No, but Trump is he steps up. He does things. He's moving forward. Only thing I can compare him with would be Biden because Obama was it seemed like he had it together pretty good, but Biden just, I mean, you can't even compare Biden Kamala with Trump.
Yeah, I think that Kamala is clearly a more qualified candidate than Trump. It's not even close.
Yeah,
Do
but
you
I mean,
acknowledge?
Dude, Parker, there's somebody in the chat whose account says that both you and me are cringe, and their bio says posting Dean and Parker L's. They don't have a single post on their page. So apparently, according to this hate account that I just invited to join the live, we haven't taken a single L ever.
W's in the chat, everyone. Can we get some W's for the hate account absolutely owning themselves and posting a W for us, actually?
What is an L?
A loss.
Oh, I got you. I just can't see Kamala Harris as being president. I mean, she was just you think Trump's a joke? She's really a joke,
How so?
But like the significance of the passage of time. What the heck is that? And she repeated it 1,000 times. If Trump lied 30,000 times, she said that at least 3,000 times.
That's just like a random claim you're making. She did not say that 3,000 times, and even if she did, wouldn't be comparable and wouldn't be as ridiculous. Trump literally.
Well, it's like 30,000.
Did you know that Trump looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes twice with protective glasses in his hands? Did you know that he said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19? Did you know he said that we should look into nuking hurricanes to fight them? Did you know that he said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before?
Wasn't it Kamala that said that we could go visit the sun, but we'd have to do it at night?
What?
I don't remember that at all.
And didn't she say the cloud was up in the air, up in the sky?
Well, I mean, clouds are up in the sky.
No,
so
she was talking about the
yeah.
internet,
Can
she
you
just
actually...
laughs too much. She laughs at herself too much. I mean,
listen, I know. We could never, I actually agree with you here. We could never, ever have a happy president. The moment they laugh is the moment we know that we can't take them, because we only deserve the rapists. We only deserve the admitted sexual exploiters. We only deserve the people who illegally hide files accusing them of child rape. We only deserve the people that want to illegally defund food stamps and fail to provide food stamps for 16 million starving American children, or those that want to invade Cuba, invade Colombia, invade Venezuela, invade Mexico, annex Canada, annex Greenland, invade Iran. I mean, the happy people with good policy, it's like we can't have them. We need the really mean people, the rapists and the fascists. No, right? I couldn't agree more.
Well, I mean, I see some of the things you're saying there that, it's pretty cringy, but Venezuela and Greenland, that is just to keep the Russians and the Chinese out of our hemisphere over here.
Wait, how do you not know what L means, but you know what cringe means?
Oh, I heard cringe. I heard y'all talk cringe, I've listened to a few of y'all's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Sorry, what were you just saying? Repeat what you just said.
Venezuela and Greenland, why he wants those is to keep Russia and China from moving in there and putting military bases there. But the Iran war,
yeah, but they're not going to be able to do that because they're a part of NATO.
I know.
Greenland's a part of NATO, so how would they do that regardless? We can already work with them militarily speaking without annexing them.
Trump's going to get us out of NATO.
That's bad. That's a horrible thing. Doesn't that put more of them at risk of Russia and China coming in?
Well, that's $1 trillion a year we could save.
What?
We could save $1 trillion a year if we didn't want to do Trump's expanded military budget and war with Iran.
Yeah, that's
and massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires.
Why do you think? Do you think that the United States pays $1 trillion into NATO?
It's about $750 billion right now.
No way, no shot.
Yeah, that's just
Show
for
me
their
that.
infrastructure and their payroll and stuff like
Show
that.
me that.
That's
Show me
not true.
that. I don't believe you.
I'll come on tomorrow and do it. But let me tell you something about the Iran war. I agree with him going in there, but he should pull out right now. He should pull out and don't put a boot on the ground.
We actually, we put about 3.5 billion.
What's that?
That sounds like a small budget. There's no way that the NATO budget's that small.
That can't be right. No. But I do agree with y'all that we need to pull our troops out of Iran right now. I mean, we've done the damage. We don't need to put boots on the ground. I would just up and leave and just wouldn't even say a word. I'd just get out of there.
Okay, you want to
What do
get
you
out
think
of
about that?
NATO. So then why do you
I
want
was
to
talking
go
about
to
Iran.
Okay, you out of Iran. Okay, so then why do you
I
support
would just pull my
Trump?
troops out right now.
Okay, so why do you support Trump being there in the first place? Didn't you
Well, he
say
did
that
the
like you
damage that-
supported the war with Iran?
Yeah, I supported it. But I don't support boots on the ground. I mean, we took out
But Trump's
his...
literally sending troops all around to likely send in.
I know. That's a problem. I've got a problem with that.
I think that regime change would require boots on the ground. So you don't want regime change. So what do you want? Like what's the objective?
I don't want Iran to build a bomb and sneak it into New York Harbor and set it off, because that would destroy life as we know it in the United States.
So nuclear weapons. So the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and the ex-head of counterterrorism, Joe Kent, they both, told Congress that Iran's nuclear facilities have been blown up and completely destroyed for a long time now, for a couple months, and that they haven't even started on trying to rebuild them. So, under your view, there's just literally like no reason whatsoever. There was no reason whatsoever for him to strike Iran on February 27th, right? Like, what would the reason be? Can't be for nukes, can't have those, can't be for regime change, because couldn't do that without boots on the ground. So then what would it be for?
Supposedly, he had enough material to make several bombs without.
Uranium was not enriched to the degree that is necessary to weaponize it. Plus, Tulsi Gabbard said that they weren't building up their nuclear enrichment facilities after the original strikes around 6 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no evidence they were building up their nuclear infrastructure. There was enough to be able to weaponize it. There was no evidence that they specifically were going to strike the United States. So given that that's the case, they pose no imminent threat towards the United States of America. That's why Joe Kent decided to resign. Because we went on into war on behalf of the state of Israel, literally when there was no threat towards the United States. Imminent threat.
I think what happened was, when they hit the nuclear facilities underground, that they got a little bit cocky, like this is too easy. Let's just go ahead and, I think he should have. I agree with that. He should never have gone into Iran, this last time. But when he destroyed all the missiles, but there again, somebody is out there saying that he's got enough to make 2 or 3 bombs. You don't want a bomb going off in this country, because it would destroy our life as we know it. I mean, we would be...
Technically, it wouldn't, but maybe due to the response based upon the fact that happened. But, nuclear bombs are very devastating, but, it can destroy, a city, but it wouldn't, destroy the entire country with one bomb.
Well, yeah, but
with the corresponding response, you could say that maybe. It could
all
lead
of your
to,
banking would go down. Your grocery stores would be... everybody be wondering where the next bomb's going to hit. Nobody'd buy a car. Nobody'd buy a house.
Sure. There'd be huge devastation. Of course, I'm not disputing that. But I just wanted to acknowledge that that's the case first. But secondly, I don't think there's a risk of a bomb dropping. They don't have a bomb.
Well, nobody wants to drop a bomb on us, because then we'll see where it's coming from. We'll retaliate.
Yeah, there would be mutually assured destruction. So even if they did, they wouldn't even use it.
Yeah, that's another thing. Is for instance, North Korea has nukes, okay, but no one really talks about that. Right? Why? Because
Well,
we seem to have a certain level of confidence that they wouldn't use those nukes
well,
on
him,
us, or else
well,
they'd
him
be
and Trump
fucked.
and Dennis Rodman are buddies now. That's a joke. No, I mean, your
Dean,
whole
you can
thing is
continue.
to get somebody to get somebody to go from being a Trump supporter to not a Trump supporter, and it'd be really hard for me to uh, even talk about something like that. I mean, so I mean, I like to listen to y'all, going back and forth and stuff, and you're very entertaining. Uh, I was a little bit mad at y'all at the beginning because y'all are so hateful towards some of the people that come on there. I mean, you y'all don't cut anybody any slack sometimes. But as far as the war in Iran, I agree they need to just pull out right now. Don't let anybody else get killed. Just go.
Okay. But given that he's done this, doesn't that get you to like not want to support him as much, or like does it get you to like turn up?
Well,
Like
he's
if
going to
they,
be gone in.
how about this? If Trump ended up doing boots on the ground, would you stop supporting him?
I would stop. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't like it at all. Don't get me wrong, but I cannot vote Democrat. I mean, I just can't do it.
Why?
I could not support him. I could stop sending money to him and stuff like that. But
But like what? But like why specifically? Like, what's so bad about Democrats?
Democrats. Oh, I mean, the Democrats, they don't put it out there like, I mean, just the fact that California is a Democratic state alone is just, I mean, it's almost laughable.
How?
There's a, when you, hey, Parker, when you figure what the price of a gallon of gas is in this country, you average it out. But you shouldn't put California in there, because California is kind of like their own country, as far as but they're taxed $1 for every gallon of gas throughout the whole state.
I live in California.
Yeah.
They kind of do.
Yeah.
They kind of do have a.
It does have.
I would
I'm not disputing that they have high gas taxes, but compared to the rest of the nation. But the point that I would make is that the national average is higher because of the war with Iran, not because of the gas taxes in California.
Oh yeah. No, you're right about that. Yeah, but you normally just don't figure California in on it, or really any of the big red cities, because they're all ran like, no, not red, blue. They're ran like crap, man. I mean,
No,
I think
wouldn't.
it's
I wouldn't say
a
because
lot
that
of.
they ran like crap. Can you explain to me? Do you live in a big city?
I've lived in Atlanta for 20 years.
That's a blue area. So every big city, blue area, right? Why do the biggest economies in the U.S. typically have blue areas?
I just think it's the progressive lifestyle of Democrats. They don't believe in God. So
Wait,
they're
why?
just,
No, no,
it's
no.
like
Explain why red areas tend to not have as large of GDPs and as many jobs.
because they're not taxed as much.
So because they're taxed less, their economy's worse off?
Well, I mean, yeah, I never really thought about that. But that doesn't bother me now. I don't live in Atlanta anymore. I haven't lived in Atlanta in 20 years.
But the point that I'm making is that like the Democratic areas tend to be the ones with the largest economies, the most jobs, the best economic growth.
Yeah, and the most crime, the most homeless.
Actually,
the
no.
most-
Wrong. Red states have significantly higher gun-related crime because of lax gun control laws.
So you don't believe in the Second Amendment?
I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe in a well-regulated militia. I believe in regulation.
Yeah. Well, I just could not deal with 4 years of Kamala Harris.
Kamala, but why so?
I mean, she never had. Well, the biggest thing was she said that would you change anything, over Biden? She said I wouldn't change a thing. Well, hell, who wants 4 more years of that?
Okay, what do we need to change? Look at Biden's domestic policy. What do we need to get rid of? What do we need to change about his domestic policy?
Did he have any kind of policies?
Yeah, sure. You had the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan. So what about that do we need to change?
I think that the Democratic Party is a bunch of crooks, and I think they want to be the president so bad because that's their money tree. They make.
Can you name a
they're
Democrat
evil.
that's been convicted
They're
of a
evil
felony in
people.
Congress? Can you name a Democrat that's... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, so are you saying that Democrats try to enrich themselves from the presidency? Then why has Trump doubled his
No,
net
I'm
worth,
saying
gained
I'm
billions
saying
of
they're
dollars from the
thieves.
presidency? Sounds like you're critiquing Trump,
I'm
actually.
I'm saying they're thieves. They go over there to the Ukraine and say, if you don't get rid of this prosecutor, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. I'll be damned. But 6 hours later, got rid of the prosecutor. I
That
mean,
sounds
you know,
like
just
that
stuff
sounds like
that.
something Trump would do on some random Tuesday.
Yeah,
If not,
that
like
does
that's
sound
that.
like something
Like
Trump
if
would
Trump
do.
did that, you guys would have no issue with that. By the way, like don't act like you have a problem with that.
Probably not. Probably
Exactly.
not.
Like,
But that's. I'm not saying Trump's not corrupt and in his businesses, over the years. But I don't really think that I think this is really true to his heart is to make America great again. MAGA.
okay,
You ain't
but
gotta throw that
like, but
MAGA
like,
in there.
when is America gonna be great?
Well, what has he got? 2.5 more years?
Yeah. So when is it gonna be great?
Probably when he's runs for office his 3rd term. I
Oh
think.
my God. Are you familiar with the 22nd Amendment? Are you familiar with the 22nd Amendment?
No, not really.
That's
Is that
that's
where
the
you get rid
amendment.
of the president?
That's the amendment that makes it illegal for a president to run for a 3rd term.
No, I
Yep.
know that. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm just carrying
That
on.
was a good joke.
Trump says it just to mess with everybody. He just like I was doing it. Just to mess with you two. He does it to mess with everybody.
Yeah, I don't think you should be doing that as president of the United States. You shouldn't just be like
I
threatening
don't
to
think-
violate the Constitution.
Yeah,
I agree
like
with you.
he's a president, not a stand-up comedian.
Hey, at one point in my life, I thought there was
Yeah,
only
like the
a
president was
narcissist
just
that-
rage baiting you, bro. Like what? Like,
Listen,
can you make
listen,
actually
listen.
think about that for a second? Like the president shouldn't be rage baiting the fucking citizens. What are you talking about, dude? What type of unprofessional bullshit is this? He's not like a fucking YouTuber, bro.
I agree. Hey, he's a narcissist, correct? Can we agree on that?
Clearly.
Can we agree that he's a narcissist?
Water is water.
Yeah. All right. I always thought that there was only one kind of narcissist, and that was Donald Trump. But there are other types of covert narcissist is the one you got to watch out for. That's the one that's a narcissist, but they don't want anybody to know they're a narcissist.
Trump?
And that falls. No, he doesn't care if you know he's a narcissist. He don't. He loves being a narcissist. It is all about Trump.
I feel
in his
like
mind.
he's both. He goes back and forth between those. Partially,
I'm gonna go.
part of him. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm gonna go and drop for the night. I appreciate you for letting me out for a little.
For sure, man.
Hey man, if you y'all need to get somebody else on here, that's fine.
Let me see how long you've been on. It's been like 28 minutes. We can still keep talking. We have time.
Okay, check this out. You know why Trump didn't ask any of the other NATO countries to help out in the beginning of this skirmish?
He did.
I know you don't like to
He
hear
did, and
skirmish,
they
you like to
literally
hear
said
war.
no.
Yeah, but now he's come in and he says, "Hey, will y'all help out on the Strait of Hormuz? Bring some mine ships in there, something." And they wouldn't do it, right? That's how he's getting out of NATO. He's going to say, "Y'all weren't there when I needed you. When America needed you, you weren't there." So what makes me think in the future
You
that
didn't want to
you're
commit
gonna
war
be there
crimes
for
with
us?
America. You didn't want to engage in wars of aggression with America. Therefore, you're not actually NATO. You know, NATO's defensive, right? Not offensive.
Yeah, I know that. You know who the
So then, like,
biggest
how are they
threat
violating
to?
NATO by doing that? That's an illegitimate reason to do that. So you're admitting that he's purposefully trying to destroy NATO, but he's trying to find some bullshit reason to do so.
No, he wants out of NATO.
Yeah,
He doesn't
exactly.
want to destroy him.
Exactly, but that's like bad for nations all around the world, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, if we were attacked, you think NATO's going to come to our rescue?
Do I? Yes. Like especially if
think
a Democrat was in office, because you understand that under the Biden administration, Biden actually got almost the entirety of NATO to help defend Ukraine.
He should have matched Putin tank for tank. He should never have let him build up there.
So you're saying they should have been harsher on Putin? Biden was
They
harsher on
should have
Putin than
matched
Trump.
him tank for tank, and then Putin would have backed down.
Do you think NATO's came to our rescue before?
Didn't do it in Somalia.
Did they do it after 9/11?
No, after 9/11, I don't think what NATO. What could they do? We won't
Yes,
even
they did.
allow NATO
Yes, they
troops.
did. They were there for us.
What'd they do? I didn't. I mean, I just slept through that one or something. I don't know. But you think there ever be NATO troops walking the streets of our cities?
Repeat what you just said.
Do you think there will ever be a time where we would allow NATO troops into our cities?
Is there ever a time that we would allow NATO troops into our cities? Like in the U.S.?
Yeah.
We wouldn't need that.
No. We would never let them. They tried to use the Hague.
But yes,
to,
we would let them, but we wouldn't need them.
Let's say we needed them. They're still not going to be marching through our cities.
I mean, if we needed
no
it, they
way.
probably would.
You seen the comedian that says, you know, if China attacked Florida, the east coast of Florida, there'd be NASCAR and rednecks, you know, because they say we have a secret weapon in this country. It's called rednecks. This is a joke comedian did where, you know, rednecks and NASCAR people would, you know, send the invaders packing.
I think geographically, our Navy, our Air Force would prevent that all from happening. So, I mean, I don't know what your point is here. Like, obviously, I think we'd be fine either way. The point of NATO is to ensure the sovereignty of Europe.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. That's true. But I don't think we need to be donating that much money towards it because it will never help us.
I mean, how much we put in? Like $3 billion?
No, 3 million.
3 billion.
No,
$3.5 billion. Yeah.
And that's how much we give to NATO for their wages and stuff, right?
Say that one more time.
For paying the wages of the the organization NATO. Paying for the infrastructure and all that, the buildings, the office buildings, and all that.
Yeah,
that's
according to Reuters, we finance around 15.8% of the military alliance's yearly expenditure of around $3.5 billion.
Yeah, somewhere I thought it was closer to 750 billion.
Yeah, I know that. There's a Reuters article that goes over that and fact checks that. The title is Fact Check U.S. contributes 16% of NATO budget, not 2/3.
Well, I didn't think it was 2/3, but what is the total budget for NATO?
It's well, I know the U.S. is at least makes it 3.5 billion. Let me see the NATO breakdown. Let me
It
click
doesn't
on
say.
NATO has annual budgets of 4.6. I'd have to do the math on all of them.
Don't worry about it. I'll look it up later or something.
Yeah. So,
But
what's your point?
also, yeah, Trump wants out of NATO.
And that's a bad thing, right?
And they're, yeah, well, no, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Okay, why not?
I just think that it's not needed. I mean, if you're not going to, I know that Ukraine wasn't part of NATO, but they were that buffer state. That's why Putin never didn't want them to become part of NATO because
Ukraine should have been
it's
a part of
buffer.
NATO. It would have prevented this war.
They should have. They should. I agree with that. But just because they weren't doesn't mean Biden should in NATO.
We can't have NATO if Trump literally is going to dismantle it, right? If you're
Well,
acknowledging that
what I'm
NATO
getting at
would have,
is-
if you're acknowledging that NATO would have prevented war, then why are you saying we should cause the dissolution of NATO?
Why? Because they're not doing their job.
They are, though.
No, I'm not one to. I just want out of
like
NATO.
literally
I
are.
don't want. What?
They like literally are doing their job.
Not in the Ukraine, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know. You know, they could have.
They helped fund Ukraine.
brought
What are you talking about?
Why couldn't they bring their NATO troops to bear? You know, on
They can't put troops in Ukraine because of the fact that it would cause direct war with Russia, a nuclear war.
I don't think so. I think, yeah, it should, but it wouldn't.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, Putin's not an idiot. He's not going to start launching missiles knowing everybody else is going to launch missiles. I mean, it's been taken care of a long time ago. Everybody knows it's the rogue states like Iran that you got to watch out for nuclear weapons. Korea, North Korea, you got to watch him.
Okay, but the point that do you understand the point we're making broadly? Do you understand the point we're making broadly? Is that Trump doing all of these things in foreign policy is harmful for our country. So how is he benefiting us?
How about what if you're wrong?
What do you mean?
What if everything he's doing is good for this country?
Well, I gave you reasons why that's not the case.
Okay.
So unless you have reasons indicating otherwise, like this is what we have best reason to believe.
No, I mean I believe that I believe that we're going to come through the other side of all this, and we're going to be and they're going to build statues of the man all over the country. Mount Rushmore is going to have another big Trump on a horseback, you know.
Please no. And I would advocate for us to destroy all of that. I'm not joking. Trump wants to put his name on all of the bills. They should be burnt. It is disgusting. Like, why is he doing this? Is so weird. Like, he feels the need to put statues of himself up while he's sitting fucking president of the United States. It's so cringe. They should be all destroyed.
Well, I think we're going to rename the country United States of Trump.
Yeah, at this point, we probably will. Like, it's ridiculous. No, like he's literally like renaming shit after himself. It's absolutely weird.
Hey, look! His first 4 years, I was to mow my yard. I'd take a 5-gallon gas can, and for $10, I could fill that 5-gallon can. Then he got reelected again. The prices started going down. Yeah, I'm not happy about $3.70 a gallon right now. We were down to $2.40 just before he attacked Iran.
But that's because of Trump that now it's up. So that's tough.
I know. I agree with you there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He needs to just pull out.
Like every metric of the economy,
like
every metric of the economy has practically got worse since Trump got in office. But by the way, even if you pull out, Iran said that they were going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed.
Well, we won't sell oil. We'll just use our oil.
Yeah, but like that's still going to lead to gas prices going up.
I don't think it will in this country.
It absolutely will.
We can protect ourselves.
That's just how the market works, bro.
Yeah, but we can protect ourselves, you know, here. We've got 2 oceans between us.
Okay, I still don't understand the argument. The argument isn't going to say that gas prices are going to go down, though. Gas prices will stay up then.
For who?
Everyone.
I don't know about that.
Strait of
You know,
Hormuz
I
is
mean,
20% of global oil distribution.
right. But who's getting most of that oil? China's getting a big percentage of the oil. Who else? Russia's. I mean,
It's all around the world. It's
do
not
you have
specifically just one country.
how much goes through the strait for the United States?
I'd have to check, but the impact is on the global oil supply, which impacts prices in the
Yeah,
U.S.
but China.
That's why the OECD
China
has
is
forecasted 4.2% inflation for the U.S. year over year for February or for March.
Yeah. Well, China's got has a bigger stake in the Strait of Hormuz than we do.
Okay,
I mean,
but that's
Trump's wanting to bring
that's still
manufacturing
negatively
back
impactful to the
here
entire
anyway.
world.
Well,
It's still
yeah,
negatively
I mean,
impactful to the entire world.
Well, whose fault is that?
Trump.
I think it's Iran's fault.
It's clearly Trump's. Trump is the one who literally caused
Iran.
this war.
Yeah, well, most definitely did. But he's not fighting the war for Israel. He's doing it for his own purposes, not for Putin. I mean, for Netanyahu. We agree a lot on stuff, but I've noticed that y'all aren't trying to really get me to leave Trump so much.
Yeah, you probably
I
should
appreciate
support him.
that.
He's really bad though for the country.
Everybody was excited about him. I was excited about him. We've got 2.5 more years of him. Let's just let
I
him
definitely
go.
was
And
not
then
excited about him. I was really not excited. I was
at one
devastated.
time, I thought you were a Trumper at one time.
When I was in high school.
Yeah.
So that was when I was like not as political. I was also a kid, and this was like 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. But wasn't Dean also a Trumper?
Yeah, we grew up in conservative households.
What did he do that Trump do that made y'all change?
What changed our minds?
Yeah.
Well, for me, I got involved in politics through my civics class in high school, and it led to me like changing my mind and like looking into the different Democratic politicians and realizing that like I agree with them a lot. And then like also like my upbringing where I live, questioning my views, and then I led to like a huge radical change in my views over time. And then I started doing live streams and stuff well after that. I had gone through a lot of different political views. I even became like a socialist for a while. And then I went to school, took economics courses, became more liberal, and then started doing these lives. And then Dean watched my lives. He was my friend, and we had conversations, and that changed his mind. He was kind of like libertarian when we first were friends.
You grew up Christian, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah. But that's and then you went to college, didn't you? Go to college?
Yeah, I did. I stopped being Christian before college. I was like not Christian, like when I was like 16 through 18 is like when I was deconstructing my religion.
Yeah. Yeah, I grew up Christian also, and then I was in my 20s when I become atheist, and then that lasted for about I guess eight or 10 years, and then I went back to believing in God again. It was just that until let's don't talk religion anyway. So, but Trump 2.5 more years. I know y'all.
Like
y'all
I mean, but the
are
thing is,
down on him.
you shouldn't be betting on it because like clearly we've seen how his administration's done horribly so far. You should at this point be able to realize that you shouldn't support him. You can say, yeah, he's got 2 more years left, but that's not. I mean, he's bad for the country. It's not good for the country, based upon all evidence that we've seen.
There was a time when didn't matter what party you were, you didn't bash the president. I mean, ask your mom and dad, there was actually a time in this country where you didn't speak against the president, especially something that could get out like what y'all are doing.
I
I'm
disagree
not
with
saying
you. I
y'all are
think that
wrong for doing it.
every point in U.S. history, we've been able to disagree with the president. That's like been one of the main things, you know, like
Yeah.
free speech.
You know, back when there was only radio, no TV and nothing like that. Yeah, I mean, there were still politicians that's going to talk bad about it, but the individual person didn't talk bad about their president because they respected the office. And, you let other countries see us, feuding like this and, saying bad things about each other's president, just makes us all look weak in the long run.
Okay. I think we're made to look weak when Trump wants to destabilize our relationships with our allies all around the world. So, like, when he wants to get rid of NATO, that makes us look weaker.
Yeah. Well, also, yeah, go ahead.
At what point would you say you wouldn't support Trump at this point? Like, I feel like all of these things are worse for Trump. I feel like we're having a hard time finding anything that Trump looks good on.
Well, you're right about that, but I just like that he's bold and he's ready to. I mean, come on, man! You saw him take that shot and come up with his fist in the air. Who would do that? I'd have been crawling under the bleachers. That was me.
No, this is really cringe. I don't. He got lucky. That's not like a reason to believe him or to support him.
Oh yeah, he got real lucky, and he knows how to play the media. And that's how he come up so quick with his fist in the air. I mean, I don't think that but that's pretty damn brave right there now. Also, what I like about Trump is he can beat either one of y'all in golf. I'm just carrying on with you. I'm just trying to make a joke out of it, I guess.
Yeah,
but
what would get you to stop supporting
You can't
Trump?
convince me to. No, I won't stop supporting Trump.
Nothing would get you to stop supporting him?
No, I've heard all the pedophile and all the rape and all the. I've heard y'all's rhetoric.
Even if you knew that he raped a woman, if you knew that he was a pedophile and raped children, you'd still vote for him?
But he didn't. Do that.
No, if you knew that were true, would you still vote for him?
He didn't do it. You can go back and forth with me. I'm never going to say that he did it.
If you knew for a fact that it happened, would you still support him?
It wouldn't happen. He's not that kind of person.
If you know for a fact that it happened, would you still support him?
Well, you're wasting a lot of airtime here because I'm not going to come off that.
Alrighty. Well, let's go on to the next individual then. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. That is absurd, bro. That is so absurd. Let's get this next individual up here. I do have some people to thank. Let's get this next person up here, though, real quick. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20, dude.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
You have a bit of feedback. Can you fix that real quick?
1 second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think you still have feedback though. Or I think it's actually better now. Alrighty, let me think some people. Just give me a quick second. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Man, I'm loyal. Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2006, February 6, 20, man.
Okay, alrighty, let me thank some people and then we can go on to our conversation. Lori, by the way, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Lori in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Jalen, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Alex with the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Ava with the $100. Thank you so much on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Ava in the comment section right now for the $100? Thank you so much. Forever grateful. You changed my mind about this administration, Parker. Anytime I'm having a rough day, your lives make it so much better. Don't agree on everything. However, I love what you do. Well, thank you so much, Ava. That is so unbelievably kind of you. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Ava in the comment section right now? That is so kind of you. Seriously. W's for them in the comment section right now. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we can go on to our conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen up to get it out to more people. As always, everyone, let me thank some people over here on the YouTube. Give me a quick second. Luke, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much, Luke. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So we don't need anything to change our minds about labels. It's about moral. It's not about labels. It's about morals, values, and ethics. Absolutely. Totally agree. Thank you so much. Buster, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Luke, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's crazy. I've never heard of that before. Good night to you. I'm so sorry to hear that. As well as, thank you so much, Snow. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Snow in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you. Literally, only country to ever invoke NATO's Article 5. The police help call was after 9/11, and they literally answered. Luke, thank you for the $5 and for the $5. Not CJ, thank you for the $2. Thank you. That's amazing to hear. I'm so happy to hear you. Buster, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Renegade with the 5 and Kelly, thank you for the $2. As well as Buster, thank you for the $10. Yeah, no, he's changed his mind over time, like many Americans. I think that a lot of people were a bit ridiculous making videos on that, but because I've known him. But yeah. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Yo, by the way, I know that people in your chat are spamming that I've been here before. I was here like 4 months ago. I'm not even kidding. So if you want me to drop, I can.
Okay, if it's been like 4 months, I'll have a conversation with you again. Why do you still support Trump?
Well, some of the viewpoints that he does have, I do really like. Like, for example, I do like the two gender thing. I don't agree with, men and women sports. I do think that we should be able to, ban abortions because I'm a pro-birther. I do think that,
You're a
just because
pro-birther?
like
you refer to yourself that way?
no, pro-birth. Like, I just want every girl that, is pregnant to have that baby.
Yeah, even if they've been assaulted.
It really depends, right? Because I cannot prove that.
What? Wait, if a child's been assaulted, do you think they should be forced to go through the pregnancy?
Oh, no, not a child. I'm talking about adults. There's already rules for that.
Wait, I'm confused. What about an adult means that they can't prove it, but the child can?
Well, yeah, the difference is that, a child cannot consent. So if they are pregnant, that means it was not with consent. So that's already a crime, right? I don't agree with that. But if a old person or older person, I'm sorry,
Wait, but if the person who was older also got raped, they didn't consent.
I mean, you would have to prove that to me, right? You cannot just claim that you were raped. Sorry.
Wait, do you think that okay, so you think that any 17-year-old, right, even if they chose to have consentful intercourse with their partner that's also their age, you're saying that they should be allowed to get an abortion? That's your view?
If they can consent, right, and they cannot prove that they were raped, then that's already a different topic.
Okay. So wait, so hold up. So you're saying that they have to prove it as well, even kids do?
No. Well, no, because when you refer to kids cannot consent, correct? I know you're trying to put me.
But I just brought up a scenario where like there was a person with their partner, right, and they become pregnant. Do you think they should be able to get access to an abortion?
Example, like let me give you
like a typical relationship.
Give me like the age.
Yeah, I'm saying that they're 16, 17.
Oh, 16. Who's the 17-year-old? Because it depends on different states.
They're both 17.
Oh, they're both 17 and they can consent already?
What? So I'm saying, under your view, if they're in a relationship and they happen to become pregnant, should they be able to get access to an abortion if they're 17?
If both of the people are two consenting people, they should. If they are not, if the female
so then if a 17-year-old claims that they've been assaulted, do you believe them just based upon that claim, or do they have to, like, quote unquote prove it?
You would have to see all the accumulative evidence. For example, if it was a 35-year-old with a 17-year-old, you would already see that as a weird.
Obviously.
Thing.
So you're not listening though. So again, are you saying that they would have to quote unquote prove it? Because again, you're claiming that they based upon their claim, you don't believe that. They'd have to use some sort of broader evidence. What evidence would you accept? And would you say that the 17-year-old would have to prove it as well?
I would say that any person has to prove it if they can consent. If they cannot consent, then no, they don't have to prove it. You can get an automatic abortion, right? But what I'm talking about here is that if a 17-year-old can consent, which is legal in most states, right?
What is the proof that you need in order to be able to get an abortion?
Oh,
under
what
your
is the
view?
proof? You don't have to go to court for this. You can give proof like, hey, text messages. This person has been stalking you. This person has been
What
threatening
text
you.
messages would you accept?
What text messages would you accept? Like, let's say they're trying to, seduce you. They're speaking to you in a weird way, and they're
text messages
35.
of someone trying to seduce you is good enough reason to get an abortion?
No, but if they're a 17-year-old and they're not keeping up with the conversation, they're like, I'm not trying to do that. I'm not. No, please. Like, we can consent to, like, let's say
Hey,
intercourse.
let me just give someone my age, right? Gets pregnant,
Yeah.
right, through consentful intercourse, or not, or I apologize, not through consentful, through non-consensual, right? Like they get raped, right? Do you think that they should be able to? Do you think they should be able to get access to an abortion, or what proof should they have to provide in order to be able to get access to an abortion? Sorry.
I think that we should like I said, text messages, how you're linked to this person. If this was an ongoing relationship, like, let me give you an example. Like you said, a person, unconsenting person, right? Or you said two consenting people. Sorry, forgot.
No. I'm saying someone who got assaulted. How could they prove it to you?
So if this person,
to the abortion, like
sure.
what legal process should they have to go through to prove it in order to be able to get access?
They don't
to the
have to
abortion?
go to a legal process. They can like seek therapists. They can get
So if they talk to a therapist, so therapist notes.
Yeah, therapist notes. They can talk to any type of legal.
So a psychologist,
help.
a psychologist, if they could determine that they had trauma associated with this, would you say that they should be able to get access to the abortion?
If they can prove that, but I think that it's a harder thing because women tend to manipulate.
To you? This is what I mean. You don't even have a certain set of standard that you would accept. Therefore, you'll make it literally fucking impossible for rape victims.
Yeah,
to get
Parker.
access
Let
to
me
an
tell you.
abortion.
Let me tell you. Okay, so sure. Let me tell you. Right. If you don't know this person that you had intercourse with, and there's no proof, evidential
I'm talking
proof
about
that
someone
you
who got
know this
assaulted.
person-
They did not
Yeah.
consentfully do this. This is non-consensual.
Okay. So okay, but if you were with this person for years, right, and you had thousands of times or hundreds of times consensual sex, and at this time you said, oh, you know what, he raped me, then you need a bigger level of proof because you already consented to this person before.
That's fucking disgusting. No, you don't.
How?
No, you don't. Because someone specifically you have consented to before does not mean
You're
that
ready
you've
to mute
consented to
me.
them in every single scenario. You can revoke consent at any fucking point. And the disgusting bullshit that you just provided of, oh, because they've consented in the past, that means that they should have to have more proof because that means that they specifically weren't assaulted in this scenario, or it's less likely that they were. No evidence for that. It's a disgusting fucking thing to say. And plenty
So
of
what is the
people are
evidence that you
assaulted
were
in
assaulted?
relationships. You disgusting fucking piece of shit. What are you
You're gonna-
talking
you're
about?
gonna kick me now?
That's so disgusting. What you just said was disgusting as fuck. Did you hear
How?
yourself? You think that
I
people
care
in
about the
relation
baby,
you think
the
people don't
fetus.
get assaulted in relationships. You think people don't get assaulted by individuals that they trusted prior.
No, I do, but you're innocent to proven guilty.
You understand that they did hold their individual accountable in a civil court, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people, right? And you still don't accept them, right? E. Jean Carroll?
No, I do, but I'm saying you're innocent
so
to
you
proven
accept
guilty
E.
in a
Jean
criminal
Carroll,
court,
well, you
and that's
accept-
where you prove
So you
assault.
accept E. Jean Carroll was assaulted by Donald Trump.
No, it was more likely than not. That's what the
So do
the
you
level
accept that
of-
to be true though?
more likely than not? I do accept that it was more likely than not.
Okay, so, and would you support someone for president of the United States that you know more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
If his policies were better, and I agree with them, of course I would, because it was more
Okay, so I have
likely
a
than not. He
question.
was not convicted.
Oh, okay. So then you would say that would you vote for Trump if he more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. You know why?
Okay, so what is the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult? That means in one scenario you'd be willing to vote for him, but not the other, because there was no difference in standard of evidence there, buddy.
You know, I'm not one of those dumb guests that come in here.
You
because
are.
Now you just said no, because you said, what if he was more likely than not convicted or more likely than not assaulted a child, right? First of all, a child cannot consent to anything. If you want that, if Donald Trump said, "Hey, you know
But
what?
the
Let's do
standard,
this,"
but you're not understanding. The standard of that determined to be true is based on the exact same probabilistic standard of more likely than not. So that's what you're not understanding. because Trump claims that he never met E. Jean Carroll in the first place. So if he claimed he never met the child,
okay.
right? He would claim that they never even were around each other. Okay,
but the difference is
so then a point to this: if it was more likely than not that he sexually assaulted a minor, would you still vote for him?
No, because that child.
No. So then, what is the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario you'd be willing to vote for him, but not the other.
Okay, and the difference is that if you try them for a specific crime and you're an adult while this happened, I know that there is a deadline, right, before you can try them for a criminal thing.
That's the statute of limitations. I'm asking you for the morally relevant distinction. I'm not asking you for what legally exists now under the law. What I'm asking you is what you think is the reason why someone should not be specifically held accountable once they become an adult, right? But specifically, or once the victim becomes an adult, but if the victim's a minor, then they should be held accountable and you shouldn't vote for him. That's absurd to me. In both scenarios, you shouldn't vote for him.
Okay, so first of all, if Donald Trump assaulted a kid, if it was a 17, 16, 15-year-old
more likely than not.
Wait.
So you accept it to be true based upon a more likely than not. Is that what you're telling me?
Because that child cannot consent. And if there was already a case, it's already gross.
But again, the whole claim is that Trump said that he never met E. Jean Carroll in the first place. So if Trump claimed he never met the minor, right, that's not a claim. The only thing that you're accepting there is the claim from the minor.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
and more
Parker,
likely than not. So then if you say that you accept it from the claim from the minor and more likely than not, then why wouldn't you accept it from adult and more likely than not? That makes no sense.
So the difference is that there's
because we're talking about whether or not you accept it to be true.
Yeah, so the difference is that there is pictures when Donald Trump said, I don't believe that, right? Because he said, oh, you know what? I'd never met E. Jean Carroll, but there's pictures with him. I get it that Donald Trump is a billionaire, right? And he probably meets people and they ask him for pictures. But if there was already a case against Donald Trump, right? Like, obviously, these people were already adults,
Trump
right? Well,
didn't claim that they engaged in consensual intercourse.
No, I'm saying that they met each other. That's what I'm saying, right? Like,
yeah, and he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating he would have sexually abused her either way.
Yeah, but if like, for example, if Donald Trump said the same thing, right? If he came out and said, you know what, I never met this minor, but then I saw pictures of them together, then I would say, you know what, that's gross because that's already a minor. And if there was like, for example,
you would literally justify and be like, just because he was with the minor, just because he was right next to the minor does not mean that he assaulted her.
You're trying to picture
because
me
Donald
as
Trump
if I'm
was
this weird
credibly
person.
accused by a minor in the Epstein files. Genius, you know that, right?
Oh, Donald Trump was accused. Can you give me the name?
Credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. Jane Doe 4. Look it up. They were literally scrubbing the accusations associated with the interviews. There's 3 different interviews.
What's her name? Can you spell it out for me?
NPR determined to have it was Jane Doe number 4. They don't have the name listed because it was a minor.
Okay, so this was did she prosecute him or any type of thing? Like, let's say.
So she had a settlement with the Epstein estate where she got specifically a determination that she was a credible accuser against Epstein. One of the accusations she made against Epstein was that Epstein trafficked her to Trump as well. So, like, if you believe that the accusations are credible against Epstein, then you also will believe this accusations against Epstein that she was trafficked to Trump.
That's double jeopardy.
What?
That's double jeopardy because you cannot charge someone for the same crime. If she said that Jeffrey did this, then Jeffrey would be convicted of such a crime.
What? Jeffrey? They got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Yeah, but you're saying that this girl accused Trump of Jeffrey trafficking her to Trump, correct?
Yes.
So Donald Trump cannot be charged for that crime because Jeffrey committed it.
If Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking a little girl to someone, the person that he's trafficking the little girl to is also committing a crime. That's not what double jeopardy is. Double jeopardy is when you are tried on a particular crime all the way through, they don't indicate that you're guilty, and then they try to try you on the same crime.
Yeah, but Jane Doe, that's what you're saying. It says
I'm pretty sure that's what double jeopardy is, at least.
Well, I thought double jeopardy was like, for example, this underage girl, right, accused Jeffrey, right, of doing such a crime, but then accused Jeffrey of trafficking her to Donald Trump, meaning that she's accusing Jeffrey of doing that, not Donald Trump.
She's accusing
Am I
both
wrong?
Trump and Epstein, both. Because if she is talking about how she was trafficked to Trump, that means that if she was
Whoa.
trafficked to Trump by Epstein, that both Epstein and Trump were committing a crime.
Okay, so here it says, right?
Do you agree? Do you agree in that scenario, both Epstein and Trump have committed a crime?
Oh yeah, obviously, but not the same crime.
So you think
That's
the
what I'm
court
trying
needs-
to tell you.
So in that scenario, you should stop supporting him if you believe that he's done that.
Oh,
What
no,
the
but
fuck
because
is wrong with
this
you,
was
dude?
already dropped. Yo, I told
No,
you,
it was
Parker,
not
I'm
dropped. They
pleased
got a
one of the
settlement
stories-
with the Epstein estate. It was not dropped.
Okay, so I have a question for you. If they did get a settlement, I know how lawyers work, right? If they don't have substantial evidence, right? If they don't have a good case, what do you think those lawyers would do? Can you tell me, like, being honest, as an honest person, what would they do?
Are you trying to say that they take a settlement in that? I don't think that would
Oh,
be true.
I'm not. I'm telling you the
Secondly,
truth. I mean,
you have to
most
have
lawyers take a
sufficient
settlement.
evidence to get a settlement in the first place. Secondly, the settlement happened because Jeffrey Epstein's dead. Because this is with his estate. Okay, so
So
if there's
just because he's
evidence,
dead, he
and then
cannot
there's
be.
and it's with the estate. Obviously, the estate's going to want to try to settle.
Okay, so why did they take that settlement though? They could have probably made more in a civil court, court. Yeah.
Because you have to go through the context of an entire court case to be able to do that. And that with
And-
a
and
settlement, you can get an admission from the Epstein estate that this happened anyway.
So here it says, right, the case ended because the accuser voluntarily dropped the lawsuit, not because of a
the
payout or a
settlement.
legal
That's
agreement.
what a settlement means, genius.
Well, here it says not because of a payout or legal agreement.
I don't know where you're reading that. It is because of a settlement.
It says in November.
You can find that under NPR. You can look into the investigation. Like literally.
So here it says,
and look up NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing interviews associated with allegations targeted towards Trump. Go ahead and look that up right now.
So you're telling me that this is not true though? What I just read the headline where it said
It was
that,
a settlement. It was a settlement. They got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Well, here it says I'm trying to find any source. Can you give me a source where they had a settlement?
Did you hear what I just told you?
Where they were trying to scrub
there's
the
an
proof,
NPR
right?
investigation about them that being scrubbed, and they talk about all of this. Yeah, go look into it.
So if
and
it's
Roger
scrubbed, I have a question.
Sullenberger as well.
Yeah.
Right. You can look into Roger Sullenberger. That's
So
originally
if it's
where
an
the
investigation,
investigative reporting came from.
Yeah. So if it's an investigation, have they come into a conclusion, or is this it's just
the conclusions haven't been released by the Trump administration.
Oh, so you cannot. So they already came into a conclusion, but Donald Trump hasn't released it. That's what you're saying.
That hasn't released the files associated with that. And if it was the case that they proved that he was innocent and they specifically didn't indicate that he was guilty, they would have been releasing this. Plus, they were trying to scrub the interviews associated with the allegations. So if they're trying to scrub them and they haven't released the conclusion associated with it, it's clearly incriminating, right? Like obvious. Any person with a brain can identify that.
Well, like, can you give? Okay. Oh well.
Oh,
so
now you're gonna come up with some other bullshit excuse. This is what I
No,
mean.
no,
Trump
no,
supporters
no,
just
Parker.
have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. No matter what,
No, listen
they're gonna
to me,
support
Parker.
Trump. No
I
matter
see
what,
things
they're
in a
gonna defend
legal
Trump.
way. No, I see things in a legal way because I know that you also see things in a legal way when it comes to Biden, right? Because you're telling me that they're trying to, like hide these files and stuff. But let me tell you something. Like
They did. That was determined to be true
here,
by an NPR
here, there is
investigation.
no proof. There's no proof
There
that
is
there was a
proof.
settlement. You're giving
Yes,
me
there
a
is proof.
source.
I literally just gave you a source, and you're not even looking it up. Do you want to go look it up instead of just saying that there's no source?
I'm
I
looking it
gave
up
you
right now. You said
multiple.
NPR.
I gave you multiple. NPR investigation. Roger Sullenberger. That's where the investigative reporting came from. How about you go look it up right now instead of just saying that there's no source after I told you where to find it? Go look it up, bud. You're wrong. I proved you wrong. I've given you a source. Stop
you're
repeating the
claiming-
same bullshit talking point.
Okay,
I've already debunked
so
you, brother.
No. So you're saying that they.
No, stop your yapping, bro. Go look it up. Quinette, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. They wouldn't believe people even if they had like the most amount of evidence possible. Jalen as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Emmy, thank you for the $1. Absolutely, I will. Or 50 cents. Thank you very much. Danielle, thank you. Daniel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you very much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Daniel in the comment section right now. That is so very kind of you as well. W's for Daniel. If you want to support me as always, ever in Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everyone. Alrighty, let me get up another person to help this guy out in the meantime while he looks up his information.
Don't bring one of your like boyfriends, please.
I'm not bringing up anyone else. Did you say that to try to like demean me? You just tried to call me gay to demean me? Is that what you just tried to do?
I don't really believe in other genders or people, like, you know.
Other genders? That made no fucking sense. You don't believe women exist?
No, I said I don't believe in any other things that just not males or females. I only believe in those two things.
Okay.
Everything else in my culture is like, you know, just brain rot, something like that. I'm looking at it though right now.
Well,
It
that
says
made no
that.
sense. So you don't believe in gay people or you don't believe trans people?
Oh no, I believe they exist, but what I'm telling you is I do think that they are like possessed by some type of mental illness or like demons.
So you think being gay is a mental illness?
Oh, being gay has to do with insecurities for sure. In my own opinion,
No,
I
being
think
gay
so.
does not have to do with insecurities, and being gay is definitely not a mental illness. It's not designated as a mental illness anywhere. Neither is being trans. And then
DSM-5
also,
says
you
that
said it
if
has
you're
to do with insecurities.
transgender, you
How
are.
does being gay have to do with insecurities?
Okay, you know, let me tell you why, right? Because when you're born, right, you know how I don't know what they call it because I only know it in Spanish, but when they're checking for your sex, they're looking for like the male or female genital parts, right?
No, I'm asking you, how is being gay based upon insecurity?
Oh, because you're born as your gender. When you're born, if you're a dude, they buy you cars, they buy you everything. You're born, right? They tell you, hey, you know, they joke around, hey, do you have a girlfriend? Do you have all this, right? And all of this time, you're like, you know what? I like dick. That's weird.
One, that's not weird. Two, you still haven't justified your point that it's based upon insecurity. Three, you sound like an absolute idiot right now. And four, are you speaking from experience?
You are funny as fuck. No, I'm not.
It sounds like you were.
No, I'm just telling you, I'm thinking like if I'm possessed.
You are possessed.
Yeah, like I'm thinking as a gay person, I'm telling you
I'm
what
not possessed, and there, I know a bunch of
Wait,
gay people,
so
and
you
they're.
are. You are. You said you're
I'm-
not possessed.
Yeah, I'm telling you that one because none of us are possessed. I'm straight. I know people who are gay. They're not possessed either. You cut me off in the middle of my sentence. I was gonna say I'm not possessed. I'm straight. The gay people I know are not possessed, and they're gay. What about them being gay makes them possessed?
The need for approval. I think that if you don't feel like you're approved in
Approval?
society,
I don't think
yeah,
gay people have any more need for approval than straight people.
they definitely do.
Why?
Because if you feel like you cannot make decisions or feel good about yourself, your body, unless someone validates your you, right, or gives you compliments, I think that's a need for approval.
I don't think gay people are saying that they need compliments from other people. That's not what they're saying.
Well, you don't think that they want compliments from the people that they align themselves with?
No, I think that they're just asking you to treat them like everyone else.
Well, I'm not saying that we treat them differently. I'm just
You
saying that I
do.
wouldn't align
You
myself
literally
with
do.
them.
You just said
or
that
I
gay
wouldn't be friends
people,
with them.
them being gay is predicated off of insecurity. What makes you think that? Are you saying that
Oh,
any
because-
men with are you saying men with insecurity are gay?
No, unless they become gay.
Okay, so how do you become gay?
How do you become gay? Like, let me give you examples, right? If I think that if I became gay, it would have to be because of past experiences, social pressure, right? Or situations like, like I don't know how to say this, but where I feel like I'm being bullied for the person I am, right? I don't feel validated. That's where I feel like I would become gay.
Okay. So for gay people
You don't think
who,
that's common?
so for gay people that in which none of these things have happened to them, why are they gay?
Because I think that a lot, if you look up the statistics, a lot of them need approval.
No, they're not doing it for
What?
approval. If anything, you get less approval when you're gay. You know that, right?
Well, you get approval from the people you want to align yourself with.
People are literally closeted for approval. You know that, right? So they pretend to be straight for approval, not pretend to be gay.
So here it says,
Katie, think of the galaxy. You know it's actually the other way around, right? Because being straight, people do that for approval when they're not actually straight. But people don't be gay for approval. That makes no sense, right? Especially
I think
in our
that they want
society
approval from
when people who are gay are mistreated for being gay for literally no fucking reason by people like you.
Well, here it says, right? I'm looking up the reasons why people become gay, and it says most gay people report feeling gay.
You Googled it?
No, I'm looking at it right now because you said
just
that it's not
searched
true.
it on the internet. Why do people become gay? Did you actually just do that? Okay, so I just
Yes.
let me let you know. People don't become gay. They just happen to be gay. Okay?
Wait, so you're telling me that they're born as
Wait, I have a
gay?
question. Do you think you could choose to be gay?
I think that it's a personal choice. What do you align yourself
So
with?
could you choose to be gay?
Oh, if I said tomorrow, hey, you know what? I don't want pussy no more. Yes, I could become gay.
Okay, so choose to do it right now, and then say that you're gay for me, and then switch back.
I wouldn't because that's not morally. I don't align myself with those moral values. I don't align myself with that.
But you just said you could do it. Prove it.
Do you want me to just get railed by a guy, dude? Are you crazy?
No, I literally just said say you're gay, right, and then revert back real quick.
Oh, sure. I can say, hey, you know what? I'm
Go ahead.
gay. I can go to a girl's bathroom.
So you're gay right now.
I'm gay, and I can go to a girl's bathroom because that's what you think it's normal.
So being gay doesn't mean you can go to a woman's restroom, by the way. But you just admitted you're gay.
I admit that I'm gay for a second. I'm not gay no more.
Okay, so now you're not gay. You
No, I'm not
became
gay no
gay,
more.
and now you're not gay. So
Exactly.
revert back again. So you like dick, and then you didn't like dick.
No, I said I like dick, but I don't
Where's
like
the
dick
galaxy?
no more.
So you did like dick.
No, I'm saying I like dick when I was gay.
So
I don't
you
like
were
it no
sexually
more.
attracted to penises?
For 5 seconds.
For
but I wanna give
5
you the
seconds, you were
reason.
sexually attracted to penises. I don't
Bro,
know
are
how you did that for
possessing me?
5. So I just want you to know, I'm straight. I couldn't choose to be gay for 5 seconds. That's not
I don't
possible.
like talking about dick.
So
though, because
sir, it sounds like you're bi, and you for 5 seconds just stopped repressing your sexuality.
that's what people do.
Sir, you just
That's what
admitted to being
people do.
bisexual without realizing.
No, that's what gay people do. I don't
There's
do that.
nothing wrong with being bisexual. You are accepted. I just want to let you know you are accepted. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being bisexual. But the reason why you just admitted that you're
I got
bisexual
laid.
is because you
Whoa,
just
I
admitted
laid.
that you have to repress your sexuality. That's what you just said. You just said you repress
No,
your
dude, I
sexual
wanna give you
attraction
the
towards men.
reason. I don't have attraction to
You just
men.
said you have to actively choose to not find men sexually attractive. And that you,
No,
had,
I'm
you
saying,
literally,
I'm saying that biologically.
for 5
no,
seconds, just
biologically,
became
no,
gay
listen,
again.
Listen, no, biologically, by my culture, I grew up with, the culture of, hey, you know what? You have to bring a wife. You have to make kids. You have to do all this, right? I'm not attracted to dudes because that's not where
You
my
just said
moral
you
values
were.
are.
You just said you were. And also, you just said that you literally repress your
I said
sexuality.
I was because I was possessed.
You were possessed. What possessed
I was
you?
possessed by a second personality, not mine, because mine is right
A
now.
second personality. So what second personality?
I was like a fucking psychopath for 5 seconds.
What? You think being gay means you're a psychopath?
Because you can probably change your. You know how many people don't tell their people, like their family members, that they are actually gay because they have 2 personalities? Don't you think they?
That's not because they have 2 personalities. That's because people like you are homophobic and they disenfranchise people who for being gay, literally just for being gay.
Their own parents?
Yeah, people's parents are homophobic in some circumstances.
So because they're homophobic, they have 2 personalities, correct?
That's not 2 personalities, genius.
It is because they can change.
Does Trump have 2 personalities?
Definitely he does, because he doesn't act the same way that he acts with his family.
Okay, so then I don't know what your point would be. Do you have 2 personalities?
I have 2 personalities on how I talk, but I don't have 2 personalities based on my gender.
Okay. So wait, how do they have two personalities based upon their gender?
So let me
I
give,
don't.
yeah. So let me
Wait,
give you
I'm confused. How does your sexuality have to do with your gender? Like,
sex or yeah,
ooh,
sex. Let's just say sex.
oh,
Sorry, it's the
oh,
second language.
oh. I don't think you're making any sense, bro.
I don't think you're like paying attention at all.
I am. I think you're the one that's not. You just admitted
I said,
literally
do you think
to
people can have two personalities?
Yeah, sure, that's possible.
Okay, and do you think gay people can have two personalities because they don't feel like they're accepted?
I don't think gay people have two personalities in typical.
So if the parents don't find out that the people, like their kids are gay, right? Because they act like, normal people, like they act like their gender. Do
Gay
you
people
think?
are normal people.
Well, sorry, if they don't act like, they're gay, right? And they act like they're straight. Do you think that's two
You
personalities?
can't act like, I don't know what you mean. So by the way, you're saying act like because they can't actually be. You just said they could choose. So by the way, all the particular gay people that are specifically trying to portray themselves as straight and want to be straight, why can't they just choose to be straight?
The gay people that want to be straight.
Yeah, why can't they just choose to be straight?
Wait, so you're telling me that there's cases out there in the world?
No, answer the question. Why can't they just choose to be straight?
Oh,
You said it
because
was a choice. You said it was a choice, so why can't they just choose?
Because they are already programmed like that. They
because it's not a choice. They're already programmed.
It is a
Oh my
choice.
gosh! There you go. Boom!
They
You
were
just ran
programmed by
right into the
society.
point, brother. Right into the point. Didn't
You're
even
dumb.
realize it.
You didn't clock no one. They were
You
programmed by
got
society.
you got cooked, bro.
No, they were programmed by society, and they cannot make a change because
Programmed
they
by
feel
society.
like they should be
Society doesn't
accepted.
program your sexual. How do we program people to be gay? Can you explain that one?
Sure, if you're born around gay people, right? If you're born around, if like, let's say you were born and you were adopted, from two female couples, obviously they're gay, right? Or two men, they're gay, and you were born like that, and you're like, hey, dad, where's my mother? Oh, that's your mother, but it's an actual dude. Then you're already programmed since you're born to not have a mother, but to actually have a dude next to you.
No, dude, that's not how it works. So
I'm talking to you basic facts.
Like,
Do you think that happens?
do you
what
think that
I'm
people
saying
are more
happens?
likely to be gay because they have single parents or something? Like, what are you arguing?
No,
So
I'm saying
secondly, this is a ridiculous argument to
look
make.
where you-
So being around gay people would only mean that you are accepted to a greater extent if you are gay. Think of the galaxy. Thank you very much. Not
think you can
that
be
you are
influenced?
more likely to be gay in of itself. Secondly, answer this question: why is my sister gay? My parents are straight. My mom was stay at home. Traditional family structure.
Why is
Explain
your
to me.
sister gay? Let me
I grew
tell
up in
you.
I grew up in a conservative Christian household. Why is my sister gay?
I will tell you because maybe she doesn't. Oh, this is where I'm gonna clock you, and I know you're gonna answer it wrongfully. Is she an atheist?
Is she an atheist? Yes.
They clocked. You see the people in the chat? Did you hear this, man?
What? He thinks he.
She's
he
an
thinks
atheist.
he clocked
first
me
of all.
by.
No, she's an
Wow!
atheist.
Wow!
Wait,
She just got owned. Oh my God! She's an atheist. Oh my God! No way! No! No!
Yo,
Oh
stop
my
acting
God!
stop acting
No!
like you're a maniac. Listen, I said she is an atheist because your parents are religious, correct?
We grew up in a conservative Christian household.
So let me ask you something. In your conservative household, is it accepted to be gay?
In my household, it is accepted.
No, in a
acceptable to be gay.
conservative household, like in a typical conservative household.
It depends on the conservative household. But in
Can you tell
typical,
me
I'd
the
probably
overall?
say no.
Typically. Okay, typically it's not, right? And she's an atheist. That means she doesn't align with your family's values, meaning that she probably doesn't have a good connection with your mom and dad because she doesn't align with your culture or their culture.
She has a good relationship with my parents.
No, I'm saying like in a good relationship, like in a religious relationship. You know what I'm talking? I'm talking to you because when I was born,
I'm asking you, why do you think my sister's gay?
because first of all, she broke her conservative values, right? Her religious conservative values, and also because she was probably around more
Galaxy.
women than men.
Because she was around more women than men. That's your
Yeah,
argument?
more. Yeah, like she has more girlfriends than actual boyfriends, and that's true. That happens.
I think that's women in general. Women in general have more friends who are women than they do men. In general, that's like typically the case.
Oh, but if you don't have no friends at
So,
all, like if they're guys, like for example, if
like,
I
what is
have
this guy
more
saying? Are you?
girlfriends,
This guy is probably one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to. He
no, no,
thinks that
I'm actually
because
the
women are
smartest people
friends
that
with
you ever
other
talk
women,
to.
that makes them lesbian.
No, I'm saying if you're never around guys, if you have never experienced like the
Do you have a
flirting with
significant
guys,
other?
oh, bro, what are you talking about? I have my grandmother next to me, like in my other room.
Are you saying your grandmother is your significant other?
Oh, like oh, you're talking about like a relationship. I mean, I have side.
Jesus Christ, dude. That sweet home Alabama. Bow now now now. Jesus
I
Christ,
got side
dude.
pieces. I got side pieces because I don't want to get married
So,
or have.
so you don't have a significant other.
I had one, but she broke my heart, so I just I don't want.
Okay,
I don't want to have.
you got your heart broken and now you take it out on women? That's why
No,
you
I
don't like
love women.
women?
I love women. That's why I have more than
It
one
doesn't
because
sound
I
like
love them
it.
all.
Katie, think of the galaxy.
No, but like what I'm trying to say in here is that if I
Katie,
was
think of the
around
galaxy.
dudes,
Thank you very much.
wait, do you okay? Do you
No, but
think?
like also
Let me.
like again like why are you taking all of your hate out against gay people because a woman broke your heart?
Well, it was not like a gay dude broke my heart or a gay girl. I'm just saying that if you're gay, that means you're not normal because you need approval from people. Like
Wait,
like
what
I
does
said,
normal mean?
normal.
Yeah.
Normal is something that I would say that you seem as normal in your society. Like for example,
Yeah, when
if
you say
someone
normal, you can't use normal within the definition. So what the fuck does normal mean, buddy?
can I say something just biologically like natural?
Okay, what does natural mean?
Natural something that didn't change and like they're something that didn't change their personality in this case.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what that even means. So natural, are you saying something that exists in nature?
No, natural like your behavior, natural behavior.
Yeah, so biologically natural behavior. So,
Yeah,
and how do
something
you
that is
determine,
accepted.
and by natural behavior, that'd be stuff that exists within nature, right? Like
Mhm.
biological behavior within nature. Push the galaxy.
Yeah, biological
Yeah?
biological nature, biological behavior, natural behavior within society.
Within
Yes,
nature or society?
society.
Okay, well, so then in our society, because it's considered okay now, you're saying that it's biologically natural.
So what I'm saying is just because it's considered okay now doesn't mean that it has historically been considered okay.
So because it's considered okay now, that means it's biologically natural now, under your view.
No, I think it has been like adapted to our
Okay,
natural.
so being gay is okay, and there's nothing
Being
wrong
gay
with
is
it,
okay
and it
unless
is
you
normal
know
because
about
it is
history.
considered biologically natural under your view. Percy the galaxy. Thank you for the concession.
Yes, in this society, but if you're born
Thank you
and
for the
if you have
concession.
values,
So he
if
thinks
you
that
have,
being gay is not wrong.
it is wrong.
Wait, you just said that it was wrong, even though you just said in our society it's not wrong.
Yeah, in this society, but if you have beliefs, if you believe in a religion, right? If you're not an atheist, you know that it's wrong. I know that it's wrong.
Okay, so your
because
religion
I'm a
says it's
religious
wrong.
person.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: where in the Bible does it say that gay marriage is wrong?
I would have to look that up, but I definitely.
I'll give you time.
Okay.
Release the bats. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Kelly, thank you so much for the $2, by the way. They said, did she break your heart leaving you for a woman? Very well could be the case. Brandon, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said gay people are gay for validation. Coming from a guy who takes shirtless pics in the gym mirror. Yeah, dude, your literal profile picture is you doing that. Taking a shirtless pic in the mirror.
I took that for the huzz, but okay.
Dude, come on. You can't say that's so funny, dude. Holy shit. They called you the fuck out, dude. You got called the fuck out, dude. Holy shit. That is so funny. Katie, thank you for the galaxy.
You cannot take off your shirt.
Me?
Yeah, you cannot.
Yeah, I can, but I'm not going to.
Because you're built like a soy boy.
I'm built like a soy boy. No, because I don't want to take my shirt off, weirdo.
I mean, wouldn't you be proud of something that you have, built, like your body? You can build your body.
I can tell you there are plenty of things I'm proud about that I'm not going to show on the stream.
Oh, I know that what you're proud of. You're in
10,000. Thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, 10,000.
Wait, I just found some. The Old Testament. I want to talk about them now. I just looked it up.
What's up?
Can I tell you? So how do you say that? Leviticus?
Leviticus, yeah.
Yeah, Leviticus 18:22. You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. Abomination, yeah. That's what it says. And Leviticus 20:13
one, I don't
says,
think you accept Leviticus. Two, this isn't talking about marriage. You're only talking about specific context of intercourse and relationships, which, by the way, could be in reference to fornication or could be in reference to certain types of sexual acts that are outside of the context of marriage, right? So obviously, there's no specific notion that you can reference here that would say that Jesus has claimed that gay intercourse or gay marriage is wrong. There's nothing that says that in the Bible. Leviticus 25:44 through 46 tells you about how you can own slaves. Do you accept Leviticus 25:44 through 46?
I would have to, but there's more testimonies.
You do?
Right? I think that
Wait, so you think that slavery was justified?
Back then, in their view,
No,
back then,
not
it
just in
was.
their view, in your own religious notion of your own God. Your own God thinks it was good.
No, not at all, because
But that's what the Bible says in Leviticus 25:44 through 46.
Well, in the New Testament, can we read about the Corinthians?
Okay, now you want to go to
6:9?
the New Testament. So where in the New Testament does it say that gay marriage is wrong?
Well, it just talks about being in a homosexuality, relationship.
So it doesn't say anything about gay marriage.
Well, here, can you debunk this then? It says 1 Corinthians 6:9-10 and 1 Timothy.
First Corinthians. You didn't know that it was First Corinthians. 1 Corinthians? Damn, Jesus Christ.
My bad. I'm Hispanic.
By the way, this
right?
is who wrote this book. And by the way, that makes sense. I understand now. Who wrote this book?
You're making fun of me. You see, I don't like that.
No, by the way, it's a biblical
Paul.
thing. It's a biblical
Paul,
thing. It's
dude.
supposed to be First Corinthians.
Paul.
Not because of. Okay, so it's Paul. Okay, so in terms of Paul, right? Is Paul?
So let me
Jesus?
read this. Let me read this for the chat.
By the way,
because I know you're
is
gonna
Paul
manipulate them.
Jesus?
It's not, but they wrote
Did Paul
a
meet
lot of the
Jesus?
things in the Bible. He was an apostle, so I don't know.
Did Paul meet Jesus?
I would have. I wasn't back then there. Like, I don't know, dude. Not everything that's in the books is true. Like, not everything in the books. There's things that are not in the book. You know what I mean?
Did Paul meet Jesus?
No.
No? So why are you taking the account from an individual that never met Jesus?
Because
on
it's in the Bible,
what
and
is
everything in the Bible is
immoral?
holy.
Okay, wait. So just because something's in the Bible doesn't mean it's correct. There are aspects of the Bible that are incorrect.
I'm actually
a result of human error.
You're not
Go
a
ahead,
believer
Matt.
then. I am a believer. I
Okay,
believe
I
everything
have
in the New
something-
Testament.
No, I think he actually just said something that is so great because he is actually living a life that is directly in contradiction to his Bible, because he just mentioned like 10 minutes ago that like he had side pieces and he's like, he didn't want to like marry anything. Paul in 1 Corinthians 7 says a man should not let his lust go about, that it becomes like a fire and he should instead marry, and to not let his fiery lust, because that leads straight to the fires of hell. So you are in fact directly in violation of the second most important person in the entire New Testament, besides Jesus.
There's such a
So
thing as called
I
as
find it
repenting.
hilarious here that you're lecturing us about fornication when you are directly in violation of not only Jesus' teaching, but also of Paul's.
Well, there's such a thing as called repenting, right? When you are a gay person.
Oh,
you know
now
that
wait. When you brought it up, it didn't sound like you were repenting. It sounded like you were bringing it up to brag.
Oh no!
And
I
also,
repent
when
every
you
time
repent,
I have.
When
Yeah,
you
so can you repent on the live
you
for us,
must not
please?
only
I'll
you must not
repent
only
for
have
everything
what
I've
you
said that it was
believe,
not
but also
true.
in action. Repentance is not only what you believe, but also in action. You're not showing it through action.
Okay, so you want me to go see like the dude in church and like get in a room with him in like a little ass room and say, "Hey, you know what? I did this. I freaking gave her
If you're
back
Catholic,
shots."
yes, but if you're not
I'm not gonna
Catholic,
say
then
that to
no.
him. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you can go pray privately to your God, but God does not only want what you believe in, he wants an action along with it, because a heart that is changed will show through action. That's why Christians believe that when you actually have a change of heart, you show it through your action. So you may go and say, God, I'm sorry for this, but unless your actions are reflecting that sincere change in belief, God is going to know what's actually in your heart.
Well, like I think their sins are. There's way worse sins, right? Just because I'm doing this doesn't mean I'm actually.
There's way worse sins. You did not just say that, dude.
Actually, Parker, that's actually
Like, for
incorrect.
example, if
Paul
someone
actually
murders
considers
someone, I
lust-
think that's worse.
No, actually, that's wrong. Paul considers lust to be one of the gravest sins because in his mind, it fundamentally destroys the body. And
So what about homosexuality?
So again,
Wait. So by the way,
you're
now
directly
he's not
contradicting.
going to take what Paul has to say. By the way,
No. What is okay? Paul said that. Okay, fine. What did Paul say about homosexuality? Can you tell me, Matt?
wait, you don't accept Paul?
Sure.
We're pointing out that you don't accept Paul.
No, I do accept Paul. If I'm going to hell,
Wait, so
then
you
I'm
do
going to
accept
hell.
Paul, so then you do accept that this is specifically going to be bad on your behalf. So when you claim specifically that you were actually not committing that as bad of a sin, you were wrong, correct?
Well, if I was wrong, then you know what? When I'm
No, not
married,
if you
I'm
were
still
wrong,
gonna go to
you
church.
are wrong.
Well, if I'm wrong according to the New Testament
You
and
are
Paul,
wrong.
right? Well, if I'm wrong in the New Testament, guess what? I'm gonna get married and I'm gonna repent from every sin I've committed with other different women.
Then that means also that all of your side pieces have to go away then, because you have to show it through
You're
action.
gonna unalive them? What are you talking about? All of them have to
Go
go away. If I
away,
get
meaning
married.
that you have to leave them, dummy.
I'm gonna get married.
Okay, so
why
you
don't you do
have
it
to
right now?
choose one and
Why don't I
get
do it
married.
right now? Because I don't have the money and I don't want to have only one person next to me.
So you're going to sin, direct violation, while
I'm
you
going
wait
to
for
sin
marriage.
until I don't want to sin no more. Yes.
Wait,
Hello?
Lux Max, I have a question. Are you okay with your partners being with more than one person?
Like my side pieces right now, yes. I don't. They do have more than one person, I think.
Okay. But like the people that you're in relationships with, if you're planning to be with multiple people, are you okay with them being with multiple people?
Dude, if I'm feeding them, if I'm paying them for their shit, no, obviously not. But if I'm not doing any of that, I don't care.
So are you like one of those red pill people that thinks it should be open for women, or open
I'm like,
for you,
let me
but
give you,
closed
let
for
me give you
women?
an example of who I am. I'm like clavicular.
Oh, really
Gross.
cringe. That was really
How
cringe
is that
that you just said
cringe?
I'm like clavicular. That was so cringe, dude. Holy shit,
I'm
dude.
an alpha, dude. What are you talking about?
You're an alpha. That was cringe. That was so cringe. You're not an alpha. What do you mean by you are an alpha?
That I don't take anything serious, and if there is a woman that wants to
You
have
don't take
relationships
anything
with me, I
serious.
don't
That does
care.
not make you an alpha. I push the galaxy. I think you have
It
to
does
take
make you
things.
an alpha.
Wait, so do you take yourself seriously?
I do. I take
You
anything
just contradicted
that
yourself. You don't take anything seriously, but then you take yourself serious. You sound like an idiot.
you sound like an idiot because you're trying to portray me like
You
this
just
action
owned
that-
yourself without realizing it. So when you say you're like clavicular, do you mean an idiot? Do you mean stupid?
No, like physical.
Do you hit
fit,
yourself in the face with a fucking hammer too?
No. Oh,
Do you take
are you bone
METH
smashing?
to looks max?
Yeah, I do. So when I
No,
met
come
Alpha,
on,
I
bro.
said
Stop,
physically
stop,
fit.
stop,
dude.
stop.
Impotent?
I said physically fit, like being like a dominant in a conversation. That's what I'm talking about.
You dominant in conversation. How are you dominant in the conversation? It sounds like you're getting dog walked right now. It sounds like you're not.
No, what I'm saying is when I talk to a female and I or a
woman.
male. Oh, okay. When I talk to a woman and a guy, right? I'm like the one that tells them what to do, or I'm the one that controls the conversation.
I'm the one controlling the conversation right now, not only because I'm the host of the stream, but because I'm dog walking you right now. I just
No,
proved
maybe
you
because
wrong.
I'm in the
you
middle
just said you just said that you take
square.
nothing. You literally just said that you take nothing seriously, and I asked you one question and it debunked you. Do you take yourself seriously? And you said,
I
yeah,
said
I
I-
do. You contradicted yourself. So you're getting
Yeah, I do
dog
because-
walked in this conversation. I'm controlling this conversation, and you're getting fucking absolutely destroyed. How does it feel, buddy?
Why are you smiling
how does
like
it?
that?
How
dude?
does it? Because I'm dog walking you, buddy, and you
You're
think
not
you're such an
dog-walking
alpha.
anyone. You know
You
why?
think you're such an
Listen, you know
alpha.
why?
By
Let
the
me
way,
tell you
you say
something.
you're like clavicular. Why? Because you're gonna go to prison, buddy.
Oh
Because
no!
you're gonna get
What the fuck are
arrested.
you talking about a misdemeanor for
Because you're gonna
QQing
get a
dead
mugshot that's
alligator?
gonna say that you're actually 5'11", right? After claiming you're 6'2".
That was embarrassing, but it doesn't
That
really
that
matter.
is embarrassing, isn't it?
Yeah, but like the difference between
He
you
he
and
gets
me.
he gets height mogged, dude.
Yeah, the difference between you and me is that you're in a debate. You're on TikTok. Who I would consider an alpha? Charlie Kirk, because he would go on to these places.
Dude, stop, bro. You're literally. By the way,
Listen.
you know that Clavicular said that Charlie Kirk would still be alive if he actually was more of a Chad. Did you know that?
Well, when did he say that?
Yeah, he said that like probably a few months ago. Katie, think of the galaxy. He literally said that Charlie Kirk would still be alive if he was more of a Chad. If he mogged harder. I'm not trolling. That's literally what he
If
said.
there was no diseases like that person that pew-pewed him, of course he would.
Wait, what did you just say?
If there were no more mental disorders,
No.
diseases,
He said specifically if he mogged more.
I think he was saying that because of content. let's
Yes,
be
it
honest.
is. That's exactly what he said. I'm not trolling.
He was trying to get the
He
clip.
literally said if he mogged more, that he wouldn't be dead.
Listen, if you stand behind your word and you
By the
actually
way,
care about
wait.
making
Do you
a
stand
difference-
behind that statement?
I think that
You don't know how to respond to this, do you? You're getting
I
dog
don't know,
walked,
bro.
bro. How do you feel like an alpha in this conversation, dude? You're getting intellectually
Because
dog
you're
walked,
the
buddy.
big- you're the
getting,
big screen.
Dude, you're getting literally dog walked. How does it feel?
you're the big screen. But if you went
You're,
on a
you're,
live,
you're literally MAGA chud maxing.
why don't
right
you
now
go on a live debate panel?
You are chud maxing on the stream right now. How does it feel?
Why don't you go on a live debate? Like, why don't you go on a live place? Like, why don't you go to a uni and actually debate people?
I have.
You have, but why don't you do it like Charlie?
Because I don't want to get murdered.
Oh, so you don't stand behind your word, because anything you're saying right now, I would assume
I don't
that,
stand
you're
behind
not-
my
you're a
word
no
because
more
I don't
being.
want to get murdered.
No, I'm saying, okay, so let me give you an example. Charlie Kirk stand behind, two genders, no mental disorders, right? Transformer people are crazy and all that, and there's people
You're crazy.
that are
Don't say that.
transgender.
You're absurd. You literally support
okay.
a guy that denies science.
Well, wait, so he said these things, right? And people came and did this to him. Why don't you do the same things?
Why don't I do what? Sorry?
Why don't you go out and debate people in real life? Like
do.
you sit down with a microphone and let people come in here. Because I did that. I'm in a YouTube video of his, but I never seen you do this.
You're in a YouTube video of whose?
Of Charlie.
That's cringe. So I have done in-person stuff, and I literally would dog walk people, and I would get great content. The reason why I didn't do that is because I don't want to get murdered. That's literally the only reason.
But do you stand behind your word?
Yes.
You stand behind your word, but behind a camera, correct?
Obviously, like, do you think that because I stand behind my word, that means I need to go do things that will get me murdered? That makes no sense.
I'm saying I'm saying if you stand behind your word, like for example, oh, you hate ICE, you hate all this, then why don't you make a change? Like I've seen other Democrat
I am making a
TikTokers
change
do,
right
like
now. We're
Johnny. Why don't you go
live right now.
protest?
I do.
You're not
protest.
making a change.
I'm protesting right now. This is protest.
So we have a different definition of protesting
Can
now.
you define protest?
Yo, no, bro, you are out of your mind.
You can't do it. You can't define protest. Define protest.
Why do you want me to define protest?
Because the way that you'll define it will include what I'm doing right now, and you'll make yourself look like a dumbass. Do it right now, you fucking chud.
Hey, blue pill, be quiet.
You're a MAGA chud that can't answer this question. Answer the question, MAGA chud. You're chud maxing on the stream right now. Come on, answer the question.
And you're a manipulator.
You're chud maxing. Answer the question.
What is a protest? Protest, what historically has been a protest? That's what I meant.
Yeah, define protest. You're chud maxing. He's looking it up.
I'm
This
not
is what I
looking
mean.
it up.
MAGA chud maxing, actually. Look at this,
What, like
everybody.
expressing your
He's chud
actions,
maxing
dude?
on the stream.
Oh, like expressing your actions. Well, like you don't approve something. That's what it means. Come on now.
Okay, so answer the question. What is it?
Like protesting someone's actions, or you don't agree with someone?
Protest. You have to define it without using the word protest within it. Again, you're chud maxing.
Oh, a statement or action that expresses disapproval of something.
That's what I'm doing right now, genius. When I debate people on literally what I
But you were
disagree
doing
with,
it in a
that
more
expresses
brutal way.
disapproval, genius.
You're doing it in a more scary way.
That doesn't make
Can
it
we
not
talk
a
about
protest.
immigration?
That
Okay,
doesn't
you
make
know
it not a
why?
pro. Hey, you just got dog walked, buddy. That doesn't make it not a protest. So I'm protesting
Because
right now.
You're not protesting because you're not
Yes,
making
I
a big
am.
change. Are you?
I'm not making big change. I'm on a live stream
No.
in front of like 8,000 people right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Most of them cannot even vote.
What do you mean most of them can't vote? Most of them can vote. What are you talking about?
So why does everyone that come in here say, "I love you, Charlie. I love you, Parker"? Why do they say
Parker,
that?
not Charlie, Shelby, think of the galaxy. Because children are more likely to send requests, and the people who are watching the live, right, who are older,
Statistically?
are less likely to send requests like that.
Statistically?
Yeah, statistically, people who are younger are less likely to listen to the rules. That's just a fact. That's
Okay,
just a
dude.
fact.
I mean, you have
Everyone knows
statistics
that's
for
true.
everything.
Everyone knows that's true. Trolls are more likely to be young kids. That's just a fact. That's not a complicated thing to understand.
Okay, so out of 5,800 people, do you think you have more fans than haters or people that don't like your
Yeah,
content?
there are more people that like me than don't like me here. Yes.
So exactly, that's what I'm trying to say. So if you already
You're a
do,
fan. You love me.
Oh hell no, God!
You love me so
Please
much.
Save me from you. No,
Like
You see,
right now,
you're being
Kevin, thank
gay.
you so much for the
No,
$20
you're
on
being
PayPal.
gay.
Can we get some W's for Kevin in the comment section? Katie, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Hovik, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for Republican against Trump. Every aspect of our lives is worse with Trump in office. Please tell the guests that you don't have to be a MAGA. You don't have to be MAGA to be Republican, Christian, or conservative. Very true, Hovik. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Hovik in the comment section. That's amazing to hear. Jalen, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Quinette, thank you for the $1. Pauline, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for the Alpha Barker. Thank you. Fee, thank you so much for the $2. Denise, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Emmy, thank you so much for 50 cents. I'm so sorry. Well, don't worry. I really appreciate you very much. Casso, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate the $5. Tori with the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said you're using religion to push your hateful narrative. If it was something you actually cared about, you'd know the history. There was actually nothing in the Bible about regarding same-sex relationships until 1946 to push an agenda. Hey, caller, this is a safe space. You can come out. Well, thank you so much, Tori. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Tori in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Whereas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Hey, oh, he left. He ran away.
Yeah, he left.
Wow.
He left.
The Chud Maxing, quote unquote, alpha ran away from the stream. Look at that. Hey, buddy, if you don't want to be considered a literal beta, send a guest request back. But I think he's scared. Look at that beta.
What was his name?
I don't know. I forgot.
What wasn't it? Looks Maxing or something?
It was Chud Max. Son, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Hey, Chud, send a guest request back. Oh, he's scared. I don't see him in the guest box. That's
No,
fucking
I don't
hilarious,
either.
dude.
Chud Max.
Wow. That's so funny. He's so scared. Let's go on to the next individual. He said, I'm really like clavicular. Like, dude. Dude, that was so bad. Come on, man. I'm really like clavicular. I'm alpha.
You know that, like, when someone mentions that guy's name, you're like, yeah, you're not exactly what you think you are. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, he's really cringe. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Hold up, one sec.
Okay. Alrighty. How back in the guest box? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Why do people do that? I really wonder why. Shelby, thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you very much. Good some W's for Shelby in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Justin as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for your making change and change and you and Dean changed my mind. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I wanted to go back to one thing that Dean had said, and I wanted to first see if you agreed with it before I went into it. So he mentioned Howard Stern and Trump being on there and talking about how he was watching them change or whatever he was bragging about. And then Dean said that lies have to be something that you lie when you want the benefit of it. And so Donald Trump being on Howard Stern saying all that wasn't a lie because he didn't benefit from it. That is what Dean had said. I just wanted to confirm that you maybe remember that or if you agree with what he said.
Yeah, typically that's the case. Yeah.
Okay. So is there not a way of looking at that would be a benefit for him in the situation, in what he wants to view himself as in that situation, where he's around people that are excited about these types of stories and he gets people excited? You know, Donald Trump, he's a celebrity when he's on there. So by him telling a story like that in a setting where, you know, he's on Howard Stern, he's, you know, people are riding Sibians and whatever crazy things that are happening, for him to tell a story like that is actually beneficial for him because he gets a great reaction from Howard. The fans love him. It's beneficial for him to do that, right?
One, this indicates that he engaged in sexual exploitation. Two, I don't also think that the only conditions in which someone can lie is if they benefit from it. I think someone can lie if they don't. I just think it increases the likelihood that someone's lying if they do benefit from it, right? Or it, like, is like reasonable to assume that that would happen, given that that's the case, right? Not that you'd be justified in believing, but that like it would be expected, right? Does it make sense?
Yeah, and I apologize. I misrepresented myself. I am a Democrat and I voted for Kamala. I just really am more on the debate side, and I just don't think that's good.
Okay. I mean, if you can disagree with that to a certain extent, but like I mean, I think it's still pretty obvious that he was not lying in this scenario, and I don't think that Dean's saying in every single scenario that that's the case. I think that if you tried to talk to Dean about that, he'd probably say the same thing I said. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007, December 4th.
Okay. And do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because of his immigration policies.
Okay. What about his immigration policy?
Sending the illegal immigrants out of the country.
Okay. And what policy did he do to do that?
With the ICE.
Okay. What policy in relation to ICE do you support?
What do you mean?
What policy in relation to ICE do you support? Like what policy change?
I support the implementation of ICE and like their current goal to take the illegals out of the country.
Okay, wait, repeat that one more time. Sorry.
I support ICE sending the illegals like out of the country.
I do feel like they're trolling, chat. I agree. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate everyone. We'll probably do one more person for today, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Tomorrow, I should be live earlier in the day, everyone, just letting y'all know.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
President Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
The main thing is his border policy.
Okay, what border policy?
I think it should be harder for illegal immigrants to get into our country.
Okay. Katie, thank you for the galaxy. Okay, and you know that there was a bipartisan border bill that would have also done that, that Harris supported and wanted to get done, and Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill.
Harris wanted to pass a bill that let more illegal immigrants into the country?
No, that would have limited the amount of people.
Oh, yeah, that's probably why I didn't vote
And
for
would have
her.
made the legal process go quicker.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's full of, whatever. But she has no qualification. And what has she been besides a district attorney?
Senator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that I mean, I think Trump is a little
That
more qualified
important,
than
yeah.
that. Wait, what'd you say?
I said yes. That's very important. I mean, being one of the senators from the largest state, that has the most population, I think is a good qualification.
I mean, I don't. Judging by, you can say what you want about Trump and all the allegations against him or whatever. He was never. I know you like to bring this up a lot, Parker. So I just want to say, he was never held criminally liable for the assault case. It was what was it? What do you call
He
it?
was held civilly liable, of course. But
Yeah, there you go. Thank
the
you.
facts of the matter is that we can acknowledge that he was held civilly liable, but that's a good reason to believe that he assaulted someone. Okay, because not only that, but there's 26 plus people that accused him of sexual misconduct. He was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. There are plenty of good reasons to
What
believe
made it
that.
credible?
What made it credible? Well, the fact that they were
The Epstein
specifically
thing.
that they got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Don't you think sometimes people that are super wealthy just settle to get things over
Epstein
with?
was dead. So
Yeah,
this is
but
with the estate.
so how could he get sued for that if Epstein's unalived?
The estate got
The
sued.
estate, yeah.
What do you think about the what do you call it? The border policy, Parker, just in general.
Okay, so you want to talk about the border, or you want to talk about like
Sorry.
Epstein?
Yeah, the border policy is
What?
really bad. Like, what do you want to know specifically?
I want there's too many people coming into the country. It increases population and it puts a lot of stress on like schools, healthcare, housing, and stuff like that.
Like immigration? No. Immigration actually reduces the deficit. Did you know that? Over the past 30 years, we've seen a reduction in the deficit by $14.5 trillion.
How is that?
Because of the fact that there's an increase in productivity, increased amount of people who are working, increased amount of tax revenue from the amount of people who are in the country.
No benefits gained from it.
All right, you beat me on that one. All right, what else can I bring up? What's another important topic?
I mean,
Oh,
why do you
pro-life
support
or
Trump?
pro-choice?
Oh, okay. There you go.
Are you pro-life?
I am pro-life.
So do you think people should go to jail if they get an abortion?
Yes.
Okay. So why?
What is it? A few weeks difference between, how many weeks is it until they're allowed to not get one?
It depends on the
Depends
state.
on the state.
Okay, well, I'm in Jersey, kind of just doxed myself there, but I don't know how long it is, but I know there's a bunch of cases where people have like young people, say like 19, 20, have kids and they unalive it like as soon as they have it. And they get locked up for life. There's, Brooke Skylar Richardson is a case. Alexa Treviso in Arizona
Are you
is
talking
another
about,
one.
Are you talking about after it was born?
Right after.
Yeah.
Like, what's
So,
the difference?
the fact that it's a subjective experience, and that's not abortion. That's not terminating of a pregnancy.
I mean, but it was just born. Does it?
Yeah.
Does
and
the
it has
child?
subjective experience at birth.
Do you think it's that much of a difference to the point where it's
Yes.
life in prison versus
Absolutely.
you don't get? I mean, why?
Because of subjective
I've always
experience.
been curious. Because what?
It doesn't have a subjective experience.
But what do you mean by that?
Do you know how you're experiencing things right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing. That part of it doesn't come about until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
So you're saying they don't feel anything until 24
It's not just that
weeks?
they don't feel, it's that they don't have a capacity for an experience.
I don't believe that.
That's
Well,
what the
it's
science
true.
says.
I mean, I think obviously there's some cases where people shouldn't have kids and they do, but I don't think unaliving it is the right decision, or I don't think it's,
Okay, but you could think it's not the right decision, but should it be illegal?
You mean like,
Like, should someone go to prison for it?
fuck, you're pretty good at this. Yeah, I don't know about prison. I'd say it's a misdemeanor.
Okay. So if you think someone shouldn't go to prison for it, then you disagree with Donald Trump's overturning of Roe versus Wade, because people will inevitably go to prison because of this.
What's the charge called?
Well, it depends on the state. I'm saying the states have changed laws that have allowed for them to put people in prison for getting abortions or giving abortions.
Okay, and whatever state you're in, what's the charge called without looking at your computer?
I'm in California. I don't have a specific law against it.
So you don't know if it's illegal or not, if you can't name the law?
It's not in California. It is in different states. So you're asking me
Okay,
to
how
tell
about
you what
Jersey?
the name is of the law in a different state, specifically relating to the putting someone in prison for getting access to an abortion.
I've never heard of one case where someone's been put in prison for that.
It's the fact that it's considered murder. They just designate it as murder.
I mean, wouldn't there be an outrage if someone was charged with murder, like, for that?
What's up?
I've never heard of a single case, and I love true crime and stuff like that. I've never heard of a single case where someone was charged with murder for that. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but
Okay, but there are laws restricting it. Do you agree?
Georgia had a case, by the way.
yes, but I just want to know one case, like one name.
Matt just told you.
Wait, what was it? Sorry, Matt.
Alexia Moore down in Georgia. She took the pill that will cause it, and she's facing charges,
What charges?
murder charges,
That's fucking
First degree?
ridiculous.
malice murder, which I think is like first or second degree. Yeah.
Was she given a bond?
That I don't know, but I mean she has charges. So I mean it's a new case. It's from March, so it's new.
Okay, I was just curious because I've never heard of anything like someone getting charged for doing something like that. But
Well,
all right.
most states will penalize the doctor, not the woman, but more states are actually starting to move on the woman.
All right, I gotcha. All right, can we bring up one more subject and then I'll leave you guys alone?
Okay, what do you want?
Sure.
Matt, you want to come up with one?
Okay.
I'm not the
we
one
need
who voted
come-
for Trump here.
Yeah, I'll just ask you one last question. Name one thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If he was criminally indicted for the case he had or the allegations.
Okay, so criminally indicted, or you mean criminally convicted of sexual abuse?
Or, I mean, like, if he was indicted, yeah. If he was convicted, 100%.
Okay,
Because
but
obviously
you'd
it's
accept
innocent.
You'd accept an indictment, but not a civil liability.
I would accept an indictment because, I mean, I would believe if he was indicted by a grand jury that he did it. But if he was convicted at a jury trial
you
or
wouldn't believe a civil court determination amongst unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury.
I don't think, I mean, civil trial, these people just, they settle. Like, you see all these
We're talking
rich
about
people that
we're
just,
talking about where he was held civilly liable.
he was held civilly liable, but why wasn't he charged criminally?
Because of the statute of limitations.
What do you mean by that?
It means after a certain amount of years, you can't try them in a criminal court regardless of the amount of evidence.
So why are there cold cases that are 30 years old that people are getting charged, that people are getting indicted for?
Some crimes have no statute of limitations. For example, murder does not have a statute of limitation. Grape and SA does, usually.
I've seen cases where people have been indicted on charges of that, what you just said, like 30 years later.
Probably not criminal charges. I mean, unless the person is unless it's connected to like another crime. So someone who's a grape could also be like be filed under like physical assault.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, Matt. What'd you say again?
Sure, some states have different statutes. Have like different statutes. For example, I think in New York it was like 5 or 10 years for grape. Some states it's 20 or 30, but it's very. I think it's more rare to have grape to have no statute of limitation.
Do you think, Parker? Sorry, last thing, I promise. Do you think that President Trump was rigged of the election?
In 2020, absolutely not.
Why do you think that?
Because there was 60 plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
The amount of ballots that came in overnight is absolutely ridiculous.
That's normal, by the way.
It's very normal.
No, not that amount.
Yes, it is.
Parker, look. Can you look up, or I'll look it up. How many?
I promise you.
How many came in overnight?
There's been audits in every swing state. There's been literally 60 plus court cases, many of which had conservative and Republican appointed judges, right? So like you understand that like there's very good reason to believe that Trump lost the 2020 election. No evidence at all that's substantial to indicate that Trump won the 2020 election. It's a bullshit claim that Trump literally was relying on.
You think most of the country voted for someone that isn't coherent?
Yes.
So,
I mean,
Joe
that's
Biden's
crazy.
not incoherent in 2020.
Trump is incoherent.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He literally
He's
looked at the
a billionaire. He's a billionaire businessman. Biden can't even speak.
Yeah, he's made his billions off the presidency and off of his $400 million inheritance from his dad.
Also, if you think Trump can speak well, then like you haven't listened to enough Trump.
I think he speaks very well. I think he's very intelligent.
Yeah. Let's go with
He
that.
said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He looked up at an eclipse twice with his bare eyes, right, when he had protective glasses in his hand. He said that Jesus, if he were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. Those are just a few.
I mean, I just don't know how people vote for a guy that can't speak over.
Are you going to respond to anything I just said?
No, you're a little bit smarter than me, but I'm having fun. So, all right. All right, one more topic. I'm having fun, please.
Okay.
You're kind of winning, but I'm trying.
Kind of.
You are winning, but I'm trying.
So then why don't you just stop supporting Trump if you know it's a better position?
I don't know.
Like if you're bringing up
I'm not a
points,
troll. I'm just laughing.
and
because
we
I'm nervous.
can best those points. Doesn't that show that like your belief system is like on shaky ground?
Yeah, like that's kind of like my point. It's like if you have a good reason to say that someone has a better position than you and is kind of debunking you on that point, wouldn't you think otherwise, right?
I think you're just more well educated on politics than I am.
Okay.
But
then
I
wouldn't
do
you have
like.
best reason to believe that until you have reason to believe otherwise.
I mean, you got to persuade me here, Parker. You're doing a decent job, but you gotta up the smoke a little bit.
Okay.
Give me something. Persuade me.
Okay. Would you vote for Donald Trump if he called for the execution of some Democrats?
For what?
Simply because they said to remember your oath, follow the law, and to not follow an unlawful order if you're given one.
To execute? Am I allowed to say that? To unalive
Execute,
them?
yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So Trump did do that. Trump literally called for their execution. He said that because they said if you're given an unlawful order, do not follow it, an unlawful one. He said that was seditious behavior punishable by death, and then reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
So he called to have people
executed
because they disagreed with him?
Yeah,
Is that
because
what
they
you're saying?
said if you're given an unlawful order, do not follow it. And they're Democratic veteran. They're like veterans. They were in the military. They were service members. And they're saying if you're given an unlawful order, you are to not follow it. You should not follow it. That's all they
Yeah,
say.
I mean, I
That's
don't think
completely
you
within their
should.
rights. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a normie take. Like 99% of people in this country agree with that.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not pro. You know, ex death pet. I don't know what
Yeah,
I can say in
but
here.
like if you can say execution, if Trump did call for this, because he did, isn't that like a reason to stop supporting him? Isn't it like such a threat to our country, to the unity of our country?
I think yes, in some sense, but you know how many people Kamala put away for Kamala for the Green for
That has nothing to do
Mary.
with this. Has nothing to do with this.
I know it doesn't, but
Plus,
I'm
plus that was not specifically just for the possession of that. It was violation of probation. So it was in violation of other crimes as well. So I just want
I'm
to
pretty
clarify
sure there
that.
were cases where it wasn't probation based and they
I
were
would
put
like to see
away.
any evidence of that. But she even since then, if say that was something she did, she's at least since changed her mind and calls for the legalization of it. Like even if you do concede that like she was then, which I don't even think she was then, right? She still does advocate for the legalization now, and Trump doesn't.
Because
So
she
like
wants to become president and she knows that'll win people over.
she's been saying this well before running for president of the United States.
I don't know about that, Parker.
She has.
I do. When's the first time she said that
This
to
for
you?
well over a decade.
I think
There are
it's
clips
yeah.
of her going back well over a decade saying this.
Is that when she first thought that she was going to run for president, you think?
No,
You don't think so? I mean,
she wasn't running in 2016.
yeah, but she was thinking about it, right? I mean, you saw the video of Trump saying like that he was going to run for president, and the video was like in black and white. So they had these thoughts in their mind, and they realized that this is going to be something that's going to win the people over.
Okay, but like one, this is something she said well before. Two, she wasn't running for president, and three, so Trump's done that with a million things, even if that was true.
Can you name two?
Yeah, Trump specifically did that with the Epstein files, where he specifically was against it, and then saw the backlash, and then said that he was in support of it, and wanted to pass it, and tried to go along with it. So he kind of changed his position on that. We can reference the IVF, paying for IVF. He used to advocate for paying for IVF, then changed his position on that because of a lot of pushback on the right. There was also another thing in terms of his voting on the policy in terms of pro-life in Florida, where he specifically was voting on the policy and said he wasn't going to vote for it for the 6-week ban, and then got like a bunch of pushback, and then kind of was like, okay, I guess I'll do it. No new wars. Remember that one?
Yeah, no wars. The
Were there any
abortion
wars
thing,
under? Did you vote for
I think it's
Obama?
the big one.
What's up?
Were you old enough to vote for Obama?
I voted for Obama.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, Matt, did you ever see the video of him saying that you're not allowed to come into the country if you don't live here or something along those lines?
Oh, Obama on many issues was quite conservative. I'll agree with you on that. But I think that was a part of the times rather than who he was now. He's since gone a little bit more liberal, but yeah, but there's plenty that I disagree with on Obama's watch. He was still preferable to McCain, though.
What do you think about that video though? Isn't it? It seems like you are
I just
against ICE and
explained.
everything.
I said there's plenty that I disagree with Obama on, and that includes his immigration stance. And he has since laxed on that, on some of that stuff. But I was, very upset during his term when he was doing that kind of stuff. He was still very different than Trump, but he was far too conservative on that. But he's still preferable than Romney or McCain.
Alrighty. Well, it was fun, guys. Thank you so much for having me, Parker.
Alrighty. Appreciate you coming up.
I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Alrighty. Do I just call it for tonight? What do we do?
I don't know. How tired are you?
I don't know. Nathan, thank you for the $5. Thom, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. Haley, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Daniel, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Curtis, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Good to see you as always. One more? Okay. I think we can do one more. Tomorrow, everyone, I do plan to be on live earlier in the day. I think I'll have, what's it called? I can go to a No Kings protest after. And I'll go live early in the day. I think Dean was going to hop on like midday or something. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
Texas.
What time is it?
11:50.
Damn.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen to get to 2,000 likes before we do end the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Actually, no, I don't.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
I did. I'm on the fence now at this point.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, I didn't like Harris. I mean, it's kind of similar to Trump versus Hillary. It was a double-edged sword for some of, the country.
So, like, would you vote for Trump or Harris in that scenario?
If I had to go back, I still wouldn't have voted for Kamala.
I'm just curious. Trump versus some other Democrat.
Yeah, I mean, because, Kamala was definitely not the best choice that they could have gone with, but, Trump was obviously not the best choice that the Republicans could have come up with either.
Okay, so if it was Harris versus Trump, if the election were held today, with the information you have right now, who would you vote for?
I probably wouldn't. I still would not have gone with Harris. I don't know. I just couldn't relate to her at all.
So would you have voted for Trump, or would you have just chose not to vote?
I probably would have chose not to vote, and I hate saying that because...
Okay, I am just looking for people who in that context would vote for Trump. I do appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates. I'd recommend to keep watching the stream. I think you'll be able to maybe shift more towards our perspective here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Dean was so surprised earlier at how I got debates quick. Because he's had so many.
Spent like an hour
recently.
trying to find it.
Yeah, I know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing? 33.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for? Hello?
Yeah, I said Trump. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Well, yeah, you might want to move on to the next person because now I'm beginning to just agree with you guys. Actually, 100% after hearing this for hours. You got me on the left, so I don't want to fucking waste your time because you guys won. You got me. I'm on the left. I'm going Democrat.
What specifically convinced you?
Literally everything. That the last 15 people I've listened to have said the most ridiculous. They can't even compete with you. Everything, you're just the last guy that was the kid. He was you're kind of winning and beating me right now. It's no, they're actually winning the entire time. You dumbass. No, there's no. He didn't even have a chance. And I just I'm shaking in my chair right now. God damn it. You guys. What are these people thinking?
Hey, well, I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you. It's great to hear that. Great to hear that. Always restores my faith in everything we're doing. So I appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? We love to hear that. We love to hear that. Let's get this last person up here for debates today, everyone. I'll probably try a few people. If I can't get someone, I might just end up calling it for tonight. Anyway, so we'll see. We'll see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, come get this haircut, bro. It's on me in Vegas, man.
I'm gonna try 2 more people. If I can't get someone, I might just like answer some questions before we get off for tonight, and maybe we'll just call it at that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
They asleep.
Knocked someone out. They fell asleep. Just so boring. I made them fall asleep. I'm just kidding. It's late. It's like, you know, it very well likely could be that we get less trolls because it's not in the middle of the day and it's like near the like later in the day where the kids have gone to sleep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, hello. 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008. December. January.
You'd be 17. December. January. That was a good one.
Crap. I don't know why I found that so fucking funny, but
yeah, that was really good. That was funny. Sonova, thank you so much for the $5. I think we're just going to call it for tonight, everyone. I'm going to answer questions. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section right now. I'll answer questions for the next few minutes here, and then I'll get off.
All right. Well, thank you for having me up, Parker. Thanks
Of
a lot.
course. Appreciate you coming up, man.
Bye-bye.
Tomorrow I should be on earlier in the day. I expect to be on earlier. That's the only reason I am going to get off a little bit earlier. Else I probably would stay up a little bit later. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section right now. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. I think we're pretty close to 2,000 likes for the stream. I think we're right now at actually like 1,600. 1,600, so I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. Hopefully we can get near 2,000. Probably get it when people are watching the VOD later. Any more Jubilee debates planned? No, I do not have any more planned. Smash that like button, absolutely. Will you pull up to 420 in Denver with Dean? No, I probably won't be in Denver, but I'm definitely going to be celebrating 420. Do you think AOC would be good for president? I think she'd be great. I just don't know if she'll run. I have the feeling that she won't run, and she'll probably try to take Schumer's position. And I actually think there's a really good argument for it might be more effective for her to do that before running. Hawks going to round 4. I don't know. Going to the final 4. I don't know. Oh, it's gonna be stressful. We'll see. What is Chud maxing? It's like MAGA Chud is like it's like a name for just like MAGA, like just like dumb MAGA. So it's kind of like me saying like he's just being dumb and he's maxing out being dumb. I would vote for Parker, not gonna lie. Base. Cosmic, think of the $2. When are you gonna do the religious debates again? I don't plan to have any like specific time where I bring it back, but you know, every once in a while, maybe. I did it on Christmas, but every once in a while, I might like. I would do it like on like a specific platform. Like if like there's a big Christian, like in terms of like they have a huge following or something, I'd definitely debate them. Like, for example, like I would debate Bryce Crawford on Christianity. Like in like a professional setting. Merch, I don't plan to do merch at all, to be honest. Morgan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I don't know who I would pick. There's like no specific people on the top of my head that I would think about. I can't think of anyone. Liz, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Yes, I did. When's your birthday? It's on the 7th of April. What's your stance on APAC funded politicians? I would prefer the politicians I support not to be APAC funded. That'd be great. Obviously, there's so much that, inevitably speaking, there's probably going to be some that that we're going to have to vote for because they're better than the Republicans. But I would prefer to not, in any situation, that we don't have to. That would be fantastic. Hell, I prefer no corporate PACs. Like in general. Gaming YouTube channel? Yes, I am thinking of dropping that soon. Is California screwed this governor's race? So it's really like not looking good. So with the governor's race, I've talked about this many times on live. There is actually like top 2 candidates right now are Republican. And for the governor's race, it's Republicans and Democrats in the same primary. And it takes the top 2 candidates. So it could be 2 Republicans. Right? It's absurd. So ridiculous. God damn it, dude. Yeah, we need to get behind a Democrat. And right now we're not because we have our vote split. We have 3 different Democrats that are kind of like leading the polls. Steyer, Porter, and Swalwell. And we kind of need them all to band behind each other to have a chance at taking the nomination. Yeah, two need to drop out. That's very true. If we got at least one to drop out and endorse the other one, it would work. You mean band behind one Democrat? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think all of them have, like, kind of pro-Israel positions. Like Swalwell, Porter, and Steyer. Those are the top ones. Other people bring up, like, other candidates. They haven't had near the same support, but yeah, it's unfortunate for all the candidates. There's no, like, specific progressive that we have that's really gaining support here. Minecraft Twitch? I did actually today. What are you doing for your birthday, Parker? Getting food with friends, my girlfriend, and family, and going live. That's really it. Star Wars or Marvel? Definitely Star Wars. Do you ever plan to enter politics? No, I don't. Yes, No Kings is tomorrow. I plan to go live early tomorrow morning, everyone. That's what I plan. Because Dean says he's going to be live like midday afternoon. Bernie, thank you for the $2. Thank you. What part of Bernie's platform did you disagree with? Yeah, I think he has like a somewhat conservative position on immigration, kind of. Which I definitely disagree with. I'd probably disagree with probably the structure of taxation on some like hyper specific elements, but mostly everything I agree with. You playing Poketopia? No, I haven't. Any last questions, everyone? I'm about to get off here very soon. You gonna put your Minecraft videos on YouTube? Yep. Jude, think of the $2 I have plenty of times. Farm Sim on the gaming channel? Maybe. Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know. He's really crazy, isn't he? Alrighty, everyone. I think I am going to get off. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow morning. I'll probably be on like 9 a.m. Pacific time. I expect to be on early. So, yeah, I'll see y'all there. Good night, everyone.